morning. It is the world famous Monday, August 11th, 2025. Going to be hot, I suppose, continuing. Welcome to my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I capture everything I'm watching on my screens, and my voiceover gives indication as to what I was thinking at the time. The purpose is, first of all, is not for financial or trade advice. There's a disclaimer in the description here. I'm not monetized in any way, so the purpose of this stream is exactly what I said it is just now. It is my virtual trading journal, and if I share it freely for transparency and accountability, and if it's helpful, that's great. But the purpose is it's my trading journal, and most of the time I'm talking to myself here, so there you go. The idea is that I share my strats, my strategy, my statistics, my thinking for how I'm going to approach the markets. And this is a TopStep combine account, copying to four other accounts, total of 5. Actually, there's one other I could use, but I don't. And the idea here is that it's zero to hero, right? It will capture completely and transparently all of the process from beginning through live. I have a very strong commitment not to take any trades off stream, and that's why the stream is so long. It starts now at 8 o'clock in the morning with a pre-market and goes through 1500 or 1515 every afternoon. That's the complete cash market. So that's there's none of this. I'm down today. I've had a loss this morning. I closed the stream off, and then miraculously tomorrow when the stream starts. Well, I made all that back last night, or during the afternoon. Heard that so many times. I just I felt like it was time to do something about that, and that's the point here. This stream is I stream this in 1440p and 60 FPS. So if it's a little blurry on your side, use the gear on YouTube, and you can get real high quality. One of the reasons besides transparency, that I push these to YouTube is because then I can review them on any device, which is pretty handy. And let's get right into the numbers today, which are essentially nothing. There's no reports out this morning at all. A little suspicious, but there isn't any. And earnings is essentially over with now. Let's look at the week, however. Tomorrow, we've got CPIs. Ask yourself the question, are any of these numbers accurate anymore? I don't know. Wednesday is the crudes, typical. Then Thursday we got PPI, and Friday we've got Michigan and industrial production, retail sales. A lot of pretty good sized numbers out on Friday. This month, the Fed won't have a meeting or a press briefing, etc., because they'll be in Jackson Hole. So I think the next one is September, if I'm not mistaken. This is investing.com. This is Financial Juice. You'll notice there's nothing in today for Financial Juice either, except this is one of the random risk episodes, which I now try to focus on because they seem to be the most, have the biggest impact on the markets. And that's anytime there's Trump or a few of the administration people find a microphone or a camera, they can't resist. And so at 9 o'clock in the morning, he's going to be having a press conference. That would have the potential to move the market. So be wary of that. And one final word here, the financialjuice.com and investing.com are completely free. So you're welcome. You can have exactly the same resources that I do. You can pay for them if you want to for, more real time or whatever. I find no reason to do that. So there we go. And now let's move on to the pre-market. Give me 1 minute. All right, the pre-market. Well, this is Bookmap. My workflow is that I try to keep the entire sessions on my screen. And then when I anticipate interacting with the market, I can zoom into that price action. And I mark the session start with one of these vertical lines, just so I can quickly glance out of the left of my, like now I know that it's not on there. I can get it over here just quickly without having to go down to the time and do all that kind of thing. I can just quickly see that I have the whole session. The purpose for this is to keep a sense of scale and a sense of perspective, what the hell the market's really doing. Here's our open. And look at this. Absolutely, almost to the tick, perfectly balanced. What would that suggest? Well, inactivity and perhaps the market taking a breather because we had a big pump up and closed on the highs Friday. This is IRT. You can see yesterday's RTH session, Friday's, excuse me. Today's this current Globex session, which started plotting at 1700 last night. And you can sort of see what we've been doing here. Run up, nothing. Now, will we take off after this? I don't know. I would suggest that my anticipation will be an open auction. And I want to also point out that this seasonality for this is one of the softest weeks in the markets, seasonality wise, yearly. So there's a week, expirations this month. Be extremely careful. I am going to be extremely careful and even more cautious, which I know that's probably funny for me to say, but this can be a very light week. People are still on vacation. You notice there's no numbers out. There's no anything else. So use caution would be my suggestion. I'll run around the horn here. We have this is the mini ES NQ, mini ES micro composite chart, and the mini ES market profile. I also track the micros, but let's stick with the minis for now. This is a Renko chart showing the full session, 1700 to 1600. You can see yesterday's last Thursday night, Friday overnight. What did we do? Pretty much the same. Balanced situation, opened and took them up in Friday's RTH session. Here we are again, pretty much balanced, pretty much balanced. What will we do? Will we take them up again? We are near all-time highs, so it would not be out of the question to expect that happens in this light environment. This is the NQ, and this is a pretty important chart for me, which is the micro composite chart. It is an RTH session only, and these are daily candles. Wherever price is overlapping, I draw a volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite VPOC and high and low and all those kind of things, right? These red and green lines are the high and low volume nodes for the micro composite profile, and they are pushed automatically to Bookmap, as are the session prices pushed automatically to Bookmap. This is the market profile for the MES. So you can see we had a P shape, B shape, P shape, B shape, P shape. Short covering, long liquidation, short covering, long liquidation, short covering. What are we going to do now? I don't know. We're in the red across the board so far. Percentages are not, but volume is light. Now we get to bookmap, and this is the micro composite column where I enter the specific levels here. And I just noticed I haven't done this one yet for the micro composite VPOC, which is 6406 quarter. So 6406 quarter, which would be right again here. That's pretty interesting. 6406 quarter is the MCVPOC from Friday, which was the 8th. Now the way, and then we have the naked volume points of control, et cetera, et cetera. If a level has been revisited, I change the text from white to black. These are the high and low volume nodes in this column. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. The RTH session, which will reset at 8:30, and this is the notes column, which is pretty important to me. And the first thing I do is, I used to do this off stream at night during the down period, but I thought it would be important. It might be useful to show people what I do. So I'm going to first clear all the notes from history, right? Now, I will determine the open type, and it's real easy to do, as is everything, actually. It's straightforward, logical, statistical. There's nothing secret sauce, spooky, mysterious involved with anything that I do in trading here. The open type, simply, if we opened right here, right now, where would that open relate to the previous RTH close and the previous RTH range? There's the high and the lows down below us. So we would be lower than the close and within range. The open type then will be likely lower in range. And that's all there is to that. Now, the open type dictates which of the columns of statistics we use associated with these various price levels. And these are the price levels from IRT. Again, nothing mysterious or spooky or, that you have to pay me to understand. There is a POC for the full session and a POC for the RTH session. There's a VWAP for the full session and a VWAP for the RTH session. There's a mid for the RTH session only, and there's a high and low IB high and an IB low. Now, POCs are nothing more than the price. They mark the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So what does that mean? That means that at 64.21 quarter, the most contracts have traded so far in the overnight session. And let's look over here. Well, there we are, 3,257. The minute one of these says 3,258, this line will move there, period. The VWAP is calculated. Now, that's the only, you notice I have no indicators on my charts or my bookmap. This is probably the closest thing to an indicator because it is calculated. It's the volume weighted average price, but it's very well understood. And again, it's not, mysterious. Google it. The IB high and low sometimes confuse people. That's an old acronym from the market profile days for initial balance. What these levels really represent are the following. The IB high and the IB low simply mark the high and the low of the current RTH trading session first 1 hour. So when the market resets here at 8:30, this flag will move to the top, the IB low will move to the bottom, and they will continue to track price up and down until the first 1 hour concludes, 0930 Central Standard Time. All of the charts, all of my references to time on either, with my voice or with my charts is Central Standard Time. So the IB high will go up with price, the IB low will go down with price for the first 1 hour. Then they don't go anywhere anymore. That's all there is to it. Pretty easy, yeah? So let's now look at those statistics that I was talking about. We know that we're going to be opening lower in range. All right. And here is where those statistics are derived. They are from this study, which once again is very straightforward, just math, statistics, and probabilities. The study looks back at 2001 days. Of these 2001 days, we opened lower in range 589 of them, of the days. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 495 times, which is 84.0%. Overnight volume point of control, 84.0. Bam. That is exactly all there is to it. Now, the code behind the study, that was put together and condensed by Chad Payne at IRT, and that is an IRT study, right? And there is some code work and things in there, but the principle behind the study and the why and how it works like it does is completely straightforward. And then all I will do now is just go down the list. Overnight volume point of control. Overnight mid is 83%. Overnight mid, 83.0%. Yeah, it's almost embarrassingly straightforward. Previous close, 73.7. Now, I'd love to be able to figure out how to lie to you and make you think that you had to wear a pointy hat and a magic wand and pay me a lot of money every month to understand or to know these levels. And some people actually do that. I think that's one of the fundamental issues with trading. If I'm focused on becoming a consistently profitable trader, so my trading business is consistently profitable, and I share the process here, and that's what I feel to be important, rather than trying to BS you guys into thinking that I have some special secret sauce for which I should get paid. IB high, there we go, 71.0. And the reason I wanted to get to that is the following. Now I put IB high, the initials for this price level, and I do that because the moment we open the RTH session, this flag is going to move to the top of the session. At that point, it will continue to move up for the first 1 hour, and the IB low will jump up to the bottom and continue to move down with price for the first 1 hour. So that's why it's important for me to put this here, because, after 5 minutes into the open, I'm going to be going, what the hell was 71.0 about? Okay, the value area low is 68.6. And there we go. I'll do the rest of these later. So now the next thing that's important to do here is be able to trade. And the way you do that is the first thing you need to do with Bookmap is activate the trade control panel. and select which method you want to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can use the mouse to trade is this active data column. If you choose dome, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the dome columns, and both, obviously, both columns. You can trade with your keyboard in any of those three configurations once it's been activated one way or the other. But the focus has to be, and you have to set your keyboard hotkeys up yourself. But the important thing about the keyboard is the focus of the computer must be on the application in order for the keyboard hotkeys to work, which is normal, expected behavior on a PC. Next thing I need to do is select the multi-brackets, which is what I use. And this is the risk neutral package. That's the fundamental foundation of the way I trade. This is the minimum risk neutral package that you can use. It has 2 contracts. You need to have an even number of contracts, and you'll understand why in a second. The stop for the entire package is at one location. And you can determine this any way that makes sense to you. The first thing that I would recommend is that you make sure it fits your risk tolerance, risk appetite for your account, and any rules that might be implied on your account if you're doing an evaluation or something like that. And then once this is established, the first risk neutral scale, the T1, the first target, is automatic because it is for half of the package, and it is at the same number of ticks as the stop is negative, the same number of ticks positive. So in other words, it's one contract at positive 12 ticks, half of the package, and then the runner. Very simple. The great part about it, or the beautiful part about this to me psychologically, is the fact that the second you hit this first profit target is achieved, the worst that you can possibly do is scratch. So that's a big deal. Then I make sure it's the right package size over here, and I click the button again. It stays green, padlock stays open, but I get my real estate back, and all of the same parameters that I would need are up here in ticks, not dollars, and here's cancel and close. So there you go. And now it's 22, so we need to go to the TLab snap. And what is the TLab snap? Well, it is the TLab is a, hold on, you'll see why I can't do this and why I use the this OBS system of journaling. For me to multitask is really tough and stay focused. So if I want to pay attention to my trading, I need to have a system that I don't need to be doing, thinking about multitasking, and that's exactly why I'm doing this. Now, the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And it is first of all, it's completely free. You don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap. It was started by a guy named Tom B., who I believe is a professional trader, has been at this for 46 years or something like that, 46 plus by now, I guess. He doesn't trade live, nor does he call trades, and you're never going to see his account balances or, a wrapped Lambo or a gold chain. But I believe that he's the real deal. And one of the reasons for believing that is absolutely nothing is for sale, nor are you ever solicited for anything, which is pretty freaking phenomenal in this day and age on the internet, right? And not, as I said before, you don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap to participate there. You do have to join the Bookmap Discord server. That's pretty obvious. And then navigate to the Traders Lab by Tom B. if you're interested. There's a good crew of people in there. It's a different perspective than what I'm doing because this is my journal, right? And that is more of a, comments this, and a lot of people blabbering back and forth and doing things like that. I don't participate much there anymore. However, I do continue to maintain the 2 snaps that I've done for years, which is the numbers and stuff first thing in the morning, and the TLab snap, which I do at around 8:20, and that looks like this. This shows the RTH and ETH sessions and numbers back a while, the naked volume points of control, all the numbers that you might be interested in, and the current quote board. I do that every day at 8:20. And I started this long ago when I noticed that a lot of people were flooding the chat right around just before the open or whatever with, what's the POC? What's the POC? What's, lots of questions like that. And I thought, well, if there's one post that answered everybody's questions, that would help alleviate the clog in the chat and people could focus on higher meaning, basically. And they would also have the numbers that they needed and must not have the same kind of charting. So that's why I started this post. And that's all there is to that. Now let's get back to one other thing I guess I need to mention. I also do plot the micros, same exact setups. And these session levels, which I push automatically to Bookmap, are available, and I share them with anybody that needs them. So if you need those or would want these session levels automatically in your Bookmap or on some Excel chart or whatever you use, let me know. I'm happy to share those. I start plotting these at 1700 Sunday night, and it goes through 1600 Friday night. Free, just let me know. And I'll be happy to share them. I do with a lot of people in the TLab and Static and wherever else. Just try to give back a little bit, try to kind of contribute something because a lot of people have helped me. And now I need to get my audio switched over here. All right, there we go. I keep I have another machine on my top 2 monitors, and I keep the stream up on one of those so that I can monitor that everything's working okay and the stream is trickling down the hill. And, who knows? If I'm invaded by aliens, you guys will know. All right, so that is, we're now getting ready for the open in a little less than 2 minutes. I've gone around the horn here to the TLab, the 2-lot package. We're confirmed that is set up, and it is all right. I've already mentioned that I will expect this to be a kind of an open auction. Even though last Friday was similar, we had a pretty flat rotational ETH session. And we opened and they just took it straight up. So, showed you what I know. That's the reason you should trade what you see and not what you think. Big volume spike here for some reason. I've been having some issues with my Bookmap resetting this column exactly at 8:30, like it has for years, and all of a sudden, I guess it got tired. I was on vacation, maybe this summer, I don't know. But yeah, there you are. So again, Monday, the 11th of August, I'm expecting a kind of a mushy week. It is seasonal, by seasonality or historical data, this is one of the softer weeks in the year. People are on vacation. The Fed's going to Jackson Hole, Now, unfortunately, this time around, which has not been the case historically. We have a different administration where some folks there are really fond of their own voice and love those cameras. So I refer to that as random risk because you don't know what's going to happen. So it is an unquantifiable risk that may happen at any point. We're open now, and nothing has happened over here, and that's just freaking irritating. Okay, so I start plotting the migrating volume points of control like this. Right there. And why do I do that? Well, yeah, the yellow line will continue to plot all day. But if I get zoomed in at some point, anticipating interacting with the market, or I used to stay zoomed in most of the day, I would not know where this VPOC had been. So that's why I used the micro composites there. And now you see that what the real volume profile is, the IB low will be right over, or high will be there, and the low will be there. That's why this is not going to be there anymore as it is right now. There's the high, there's the low. What was this? That's why I marked that with an IB. And what do we got going on here? Let's see what we do here. First and foremost, I would say, as with every day, use caution. This is summertime blues, and there's a lot of reasons why you could get salt pounded in your ass over here trying to get real tricky and trade them up. Now, as I mentioned in the pre-market, I don't I approach trading from what I feel is the correct way, and that is to treat it as a business, not a video game, not gambling, not an adrenaline rush. That's the point of view that I'm looking for. If you like gambling, video games, or are an adrenaline junkie, just, get your mouse fired up and click the hell out of it like you're killing snakes. That's perfectly okay. There's no correct way to trade or approach the market. There is what works for you as a trader. And there you go. Let's see if I got everything happening here. Good morning, by the way. Drop a thumbs up or a hello in the chat, or, you're full of crap, or whatever you want to say. Now I'm going to do something here, which I will show. I try to be as transparent and descriptive of everything I'm doing so everybody knows. The thing I do after the open is I change from the full session to the RTH session on these primary Renko charts. And I'll tell you why I do that. Whoop, hit the wrong button there, though. There we go. Now what you're looking at are only RTH sessions. So here was Thursday, Friday, here we go today. Same story down here with the NQ. And I jump over to here and I do the same thing because, as I mentioned earlier, I share these levels with whoever needs them or wants them. And so I want both sets to be correct and as accurate as possible. Because, the last thing I want to do is put out bogus data or mislead anybody. And since I haven't figured out how to make $1 million, conning you guys into believing this is some sort of special sauce, I guess I'll go this way. All right, so here we have, and the reason for doing this is, all kidding aside, the two values that affects are the value area high and the developing value area high or lows. The developing value area high and wherever value area low went are, oh, there you go. They represent the current auction. So this is the developing value area high for today, the developing value area low for today. If you look over here, that value is represented by these blue, right? In other words, from Friday, it would be here and here. All right. That's for the current auction. The value area high and value area low are for the previous auction. But the people that use these levels, and me, myself, I prefer to think of these or have these represent the previous RTH auction. So I need to change my charting to the RTH session only rather than the full session, because if I left them on the full session, the value area high and low would represent the previous auction, which now that we have opened would be the ETH session, which just ended. Hope that's clear. Or, man, maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know. It matters to me, and I figure I should explain things I do so that... and first of all, if that's... I explain what they do and why, and if that sounds reasonable, that's fine. Say so. If you disagree, throw something in the chat. The purpose of this is to learn and improve. Now, so here we are. Down, a little up, real tight. Oop, I got to restart Bookmap or IRT because settlement values didn't pick up. Do you see that? So I will save everything, which I have done. And I'll restart. Because I haven't figured out a way to get the quote page to re-pull these numbers and bring those settlement values in. If there's a way, let me know. If you know how to do that, let me know. That'd be great. The only way I've been able to figure out how to do it is to recycle book IRT, just close it and start it back up again. Now there will be a teeny gap in those values on the levels while IRT is closing and restarting, but IRT has a real handy function of being able to download data, either current, historical, whatever else it is you want to do. And that makes up, it's real easy to do, and it automatically updates everything and brings everything right back in line. I'm not able to do that with Bookmap, really. So that's why I do. Now you see, now IRT is starting back up again, and we've got all the settlement numbers over here. So there you are. And it was only, what was that, a minute? And it's importing data. So we'll have current data, and all the levels will be current, and they will push to, in IRT, the levels push continuously and immediately. Yeah, they're always up to date in IRT. However, in Bookmap, the most this is the column which is called a Cloud Notes column. I just changed the title to represent what it really does. And one of the things about that too, I want to mention, I changed the title of this column to reflect the open type of the day, because when I look back at a snap or the stream, when I look at the name of that title, it automatically tells me a lot of information about the open type and where we were against close from yesterday and all those kind of things. Anyway, I changed the smallest refresh time you can set in IRT's in Bookmap's cloud column is 1 minute. These lines here at price, which are driven by the exact same data from IRT as the cloud notes, this was an indicator that I bought, and they had to be coded by someone. Whoever did that set the refresh less than a minute. So sometimes you'll see the line up here, and then a little bit later the flag will jump up, and that's completely known behavior, and nothing I can do about it. So here we are. Now it's a random risk potential. Be extremely cautious. Mr. Microphone's hitting the airwaves here at 9 o'clock. Be careful, Bubbly. So what have we got over here? Well, these red lines are our naked volume points of control. There's the day where we've opened now. This is the MCVPOC. And we can get rid of those so it's a little easier to see. We've got all our settlement. Here we are. Let's see what happens. I will be now. If you have been watching the stream or anything for the past little while, you'll know that my current I'm at the point in the process of developing a trading business where you need to statistically vet a setup and trades for your playbook. And what do I mean about all of that? Well, it's not double talk, I promise. Trading, the way I approach it, and the way the most professional traders in the world approach it, is a environment. It's a random environment, and you rely on statistics, probabilities, and the law of large numbers, essentially. What that means is, in order to trade and approach trading as a business, you need to identify a setup and the qualifying criteria which validates an entry for that setup. Get my little flag on there. And then, once you've done that, you then capture a statistically significant data set or group, pick the word you like, of that setup and those criteria, and you determine after you've captured that, does it have, mathematically, you determine, does it have a statistical edge or probability or, percentage, or a lot of different words people use for that. And what does that mean? That means you capture, let's say, 100 trades. That's borderline statistically significant. You capture 100 examples of that setup and that criteria, and you determine that when I observe those things, I attain T1 60% of the time, and I attain T2 20% of the time, and I stop out or scratch, each one of those percentages, and you know them mathematically right in front of you. If there is a positive probability, then that trade setup has an edge. And in the live markets, you should take that setup and those criteria, validated by those criteria every time they present themselves. And you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest the percentage or the edge to your bank account. Again, this is not something I dreamed up. This is from the most successful hedge fund and traders in the world. All agree. Jim Simmons, Ray Dalio, Tom Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, the best loser wins guy, from the top producers historically ever, Soros, all of those people, down to you and me, Tom B in the TLab, Rod, you know, everybody. That's everybody that's successful at this. That's what they do. You know, gamblers, gunslingers can be successful for a little bit of time, but that's why because what they're doing is they are taking trades within a random set of occurrence. In other words, that's why I said in the beginning that you need to capture a statistically significant data set to try to get your data outside of the possibility of a random occurrence. Flip a coin. We all know what a coin flip is 50-50. Flip 20 coin in a quarter 20 times. Very high probability that you'll have 4 or 5 or 6 tails in a row or heads in a row. That is random occurrence. You flip that coin 10,000 times and you're going to be pretty damn close to 50-50. That is a statistically significant data set. So that's how you do it. And if any, this capturing and this analysis should be done away from the live markets where you have no adrenaline rush going on and all those kind of things. And if that whole idea sounds familiar, it is the exact business model of a casino. Hey, Richard. Afternoon. It's the business model of a casino. They play no game on the casino floor, which they do not have, for which they have not pre-identified the edge. Ooh, thank you, Mom. Then on the casino floor, the only, and not only the edge, but most specifically the criteria, the rules that validate that trade or that game. And then on the casino floor, their only mission is to play the game as many times in 24 hours as they can. They know gamblers will win. We know we'll take stops. But the idea is the more occurrences you're able to bring in, then the greater the impact of the edge will be on your account. And back to the criteria being so important, to do with a statistically significant data set. If your T1 stop is at 3 ticks or 3 points, and then the next time it's at 5 points, and the next time your T2 stop is at 48 ticks, and the next time it's at 60 ticks, those are not, you cannot include those all in the same statistical data set because they are not statistically equal. They don't have the same parameters. You cannot do any kind of statistical analysis on things when they're all over the board. So it has to be constant. And that can be limiting. Right now I'm working on the IB statistics. So I very intentionally would never move my T2 to let's say that I put on a trade and T2 is at 6406. I would never move that down to the value area low or whichever target might be close by, because that would invalidate that particular occurrence, that trade occurrence from the data set. Wouldn't be meaningful. So there you go. Now you have this Holy Grail and Merry Christmas and, peace be with you. Back to the day, I think we're going to be, seasonality. By seasonality, this is a real soft, mushy week in the year. The Fed's not meeting. They're going to Jackson Hole. People are on vacation. Keep your powder dry is my advice. And I know it sounds funny that I say I will be more cautious than I normally am, because anybody that's around a while, Richard or whoever, knows that I suffer from paralysis by analysis a lot of the time. So that's a pretty funny thing for me to say, but hey, this is my journal and shit happens, right? Okay, so let's just have a little look-see here. Looks like the stream is trickling along down the hill. Yeah. Great. Everything seems to be working. IRT. Yesterday, or Friday's RTH session. Here we are today. This is the mini ES, mini NQs. ES, mini ES micro composite, and the mini ES market profile. Volume looks a little light to me, which would be completely understandable. Let's look at that. Well, there we are. I guess a little light's an understatement. We're only 73% of average volume at this time of day. Right there and right there. ATR is down at 3. If anybody knows how to trade harmonic rotations, tell me in the chat, because this is a great study and good information, but I really don't know how to apply it to my trading. Now, this is a big increase in open interest. Friday they were down here. Now it's up here. I'm not sure if that makes any sense, to be honest with you. Why wouldn't the low open interest over here still remain? These are daily charts. I got to think about that. Maybe this is misleading. And this is the SPX. The micros. I'm just making sure everybody's okay. And here is we got no lags today. And there's the settlement. And yay, yay, yay. These are the naked volume points of control. We can get rid of them. A little easier to see. And the minis. Okay. Well, I guess rotational in a tight chop is an understatement. I hope it's more pleasant weather where you are, Richard, because I'd like a little of that UK rain and cool weather. It's been hotter than the hubs of hell over here. 101, 102 in the afternoon. It's right now. It's well, none of my machines are saying what it is right now. You see at the bottom down here. Right now it's talking about rain coming, but it's probably around, I guess it's around 28, 29 now. Yeah. My old third machine around the corner over there says it's 85 Fahrenheit, so that's about 28, I think. Let's see what else I can say here while we're watching the market make everybody dizzy. Now, what I refer to this kind of price action is retail soup. There is that group of traders that cannot resist the mouse. You know, that clicking noise gets them. And in my opinion, when we have days like this, it's retail soup. You know, they're just chopping them up like crazy. And that does not mean that we might pick a direction and get going that way, but so far, that's where we are. And do bear in mind that we've got Random Risk and Mr. Microphone hitting the airwaves in a few minutes here. So there's no numbers out today at all. We've got CPI and PMI, jobless claims, Michigan number out during the balance of the week. But now with all of this extremely extraordinary maneuvering on the part of Trump, are any of these numbers any good anymore? That's everybody is asking that question. That little maneuver really dealt a severe blow to the credibility of the American financial system, I believe. And here we are. 9 o'clock is a press conference on crime and homelessness. Well, maybe stop spending billions of dollars on military parades and, divert a little of that money towards homelessness, maybe. I don't know, just a guess. $200 million to build a ballroom on the White House. Since the country was established, we haven't had the need for a gold-encrusted ballroom in the White House. We need one now for $200 million. I really wonder. And of course, the U.S.-China deadline is tonight, tariff deadline, which I don't know means anything because it seems like we're adding new tariffs to countries that already have agreements. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. I was thinking you were all cool and comfortable over there, Richard. Wow, since this, climate change is crap. I saw something which just really amazed the hell out of me. The Trump administration has issued an order to NASA to destroy the 2 satellites that we have up in space that monitor global warming and global change. Now, I haven't Googled and searched that up to make sure, confirm, so, in one ear and out the other maybe, but it doesn't surprise me in the least. So I kind of took it for pretty much valid, and I did pick it up off of, I forget which news outfit. I don't really watch the news much at all, but I do run through Financial Times, Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg, BBC, and CNN every morning to kind of see what the hell happened overnight. And I forget which one of them said anything. That doesn't surprise me. But we've got this presser coming up at 9 o'clock, so be extremely cautious, I would suggest. And again, this is Financial Juice, and this is economicinvesting.com, which has been my go-to thing for a long time. And you can see here, earnings is useless for the week, pretty much over. Down the end of the week, end of the month, we do have NVIDIA, but okay, so that's valid. But the rest of them are just, BS and bus tickets as far as moving the market, particularly. Both of these, investing.com and Financial Juice, as you see them here on the stream, are free. I don't pay this thing to get real-time live or whatever else. So you're, financialjuice.com and investing.com, and you got the same stuff I do, which I think is important. Not the case for Bookmap or IRT. Unfortunately. Oh, we got a zipper going on here, or as Murad would call it, a zipper, and the new kids are calling them barcodes, which is kind of cute. Oh, that sucks, Richard. Well, I don't know though. 28 degrees late in your afternoon, that's not as bad. Over here the last couple of days over the weekend at that time of day around 1700. I think it's about 1700 in UK now, isn't it? Yeah, 1450. Oh, it's only coming on 1500. Yeah, about this time in the afternoon over here, it's been 33, 34, over 100. So my 10, 12 mile walk/run, mostly walk, that I do every Sunday, I'm trying to get out as early as possible. So I've also changed my route so that I'm not in direct sun. Instead of going up on the reservoir and getting out in the country, I stick to the local streets here and up and down cul-de-sac streets. It's kind of boring, but I get the same amount of miles, and it's there's a lot of trees here, so it's those streets are pretty shady. That helps, especially when you're an old duffer like myself. But even in the streets, even under the shade after 12 miles, my tongue is pretty much hanging out when I get home. I'm thinking a big jug of electrolyte and a cold shower sounds pretty good. So let's see what he can come up with here with market moving. If you typically these days, when I see a big spike one way or the other, not necessarily volume, but movement in the price action, I immediately look to the news because, that seems to be pretty much the most impactful market influence these days. Harken back to, whatever it was called, concentration day or whatever, some day, whatever that April day was when the big tariffs, when the market just absolutely fell out of bed. And it's been pretty much steady that way with the uncertainty around tariffs and those kinds of things. Now you'll see how the market is stretching out, and I will now pull it back. So I've got my little blue line here. Ooh, I'll let it get loose. There you go. Now you can see the entire session so far. Oh, and you know what I haven't done yet, like a fool? This is the ETH. This is the overnight session, football. I thought, wait a minute, that didn't look right. This is the overnight session, or the ETH. Right here was our open. You see where both the POCs came together and price consolidated? So what the old guy didn't do yet is this. Boop. Now we're going. That didn't make sense to me. Okay. Now we've got the current open pretty close. Always does that. I should always wait to set that line until I scroll this out a little bit. And I'm OCD enough that drives me crazy. And also, I don't know how to move the damn line. There we go. This is now our current RTH trading session. Looks like we're going to push up here and test this price check at aisle 3. We've got some liquidity laying in here at the 20 handle. Here's our main statistic. So let's see if we get our main statistic out, our primary statistic, or the most probable statistic, however you want to term that. No, actually, well, we not all the time, Richard. The tornadoes are typically east of. I am currently in Houston. I'm not from Texas, nor have I ever lived here before, but we ended up here when we came back from Malaysia. It's a long story, never mind. A couple of years ago, and we'll be moving when we can. But typically the tornadoes, there have been a few lately in around us here, but not, fortunately, not where we, in our neighborhood. But the real tornado alley, they call it, is up through Oklahoma and Arkansas and up that way, Kansas. That's where those huge, real killers happen. Not that the ones that came through here didn't destroy a lot of property, and I think might have killed 1 or 2 people. But what can be more of a devastating climate change weather impact here because of the proximity to the Gulf of Mexico are hurricanes. And both of a tornado is about the scariest weather event in my opinion. I've never been involved in any, but there's absolutely no warning and very little. And of course, now that they've laid off a lot of people that were in, Trump has fired a huge number of people in NOAA and those places that did forecasting and weather tracking. The forecasting of those things has even gone down. But the thing about a tornado is they just come up out of no place and boom, they're on you, and they're deadly. A hurricane typically doesn't do that. You typically have a few days, you know it's coming. Like a blizzard, like a storm, a winter storm or something. But a tornado is a scary thing, I think. And really an awesome power. Boy, they're making a big pot of retail soup, huh? What have we got here for? We've got about 10 handles. About 10 handles wide so far, and we're past the first 30 minutes. So that should signal extreme caution to anybody. And we are now in the press, random risk environment. So there's that. Good day to work on your statistics, perhaps. Obviously, monitor the market, to monitor the stream here. Lots of stuff you can do besides biting your fingernails and clicking the mouse. Definitely approach trading. Your first consideration, in my point of view, go back a little while and you'll see that trading is a statistical business, which I was just talking about. Your first consideration needs to be risk management, account preservation, and potential. For example, look at this mess. Okay, I have a range requirement, which essentially says that an entry, the final validation check for an entry is if there is an unobstructed path to the first risk neutral scale. That's 3 points. There's no place across here except down here where there's 3 points. And then where's your next target? Well, if you go long down here, your 3 points is the POC. That is the target for mean reversion. Is your risk reward or cost benefit analysis, does that fit your parameters? Remember that you're preserving your account, and risk management is your most important goal as a trader. You can have the most fantastic setup in the entire world, and if you blow your account up today and you can't trade tomorrow, that account is useless as, bus tickets. I mean, come on. So if you're going to take a trade, where are you going to go? In my case, I'm taking the risk neutral trade, which I'm working on this one. And this can, this can be a 4 lot, same idea. 4 contracts, all the contracts, the entire package is at one stop. Half of the package is at the same number of ticks in the positive direction as from the stop. And at this point, you're risk neutral. The worst that can happen is a scratch. Then you have 2 runners. If it's high volatility, what's his name is, announcing tariffs. Well, this was barely workable with 24 ticks of stop and volatility. So you can make this, 100 ticks and 100 points and everything else if you want to. It's easily scalable. It just needs to be in a round number so that you can take advantage of half of the package off at the same number of ticks. Then it's risk neutral. That's the whole name of this place, is risk neutral trading. And it really helps. But you have to realize, you have to think about it. Okay, risk neutral is not your goal, right? It is initially, because then you don't have to worry and you can put your helmet on and put your feet up and sit back and watch the trade play out. But where are you going to go after that? The goal is not to get risk neutral and then come back and hit the stop and scratch. So, you need to think about that in this kind of an environment. In my opinion, remember, this is my virtual journal because I don't multitask well. And for me to be capturing screen grabs and typing in a journal, which I believe journaling is very important, for me to do all that, it dilutes my focus from trading and thinking, and I get all balled up doing something else. That's why I'm doing this virtual trading journal here with OBS, and the screens show what I'm looking at, and the voice, my continual talking here and voiceover gives indication as to what I'm thinking. But, okay, you're going to get long here, and here's the mean. This is essentially a mean reversion trade. Where are you going to go? Where the hell is it? You got one obstacle, and they're less than a point apart. And what I mean by obstacle is any of these lines or levels, because they're a price at which, for example, perfect example, look at here. We come up here to the overnight mid and price reacts the other direction. It could continue on and stop you out. In this case, we bounced off the value area high and the migrating VPOC for the full session, and now we're trading up here. We still haven't taken out, by the way, the overnight VPOC, which is the highest probability. I would suggest that's probably going to happen in a minute here or less. But you see my point. Keep your powder dry. When you go hunting, you don't just go out and shoot a box of shells at a mountain and then see if you hit something, right? Or whatever analogy you like to use. Identify a setup, you identify the criteria, and you focus on that one. Once I have properly, in my opinion, vetted the IB trades so that I think they are something I have confidence in them, then I'll move on to doing the next one, and the IB trade will be in my playbook. So I will then have one in my playbook and be able to be working on a second. When that's done, I'll have two in the playbook and work to the third. That's my plan. And the reason I picked the IBs, they are extremely obvious. There are two IB trades, the IB continuation and the IB failure. The IB failure is genuinely suggested by a rotational balanced day, because the IB failure is nothing more than a fancy name on mean reversion. And the continuation trade suggested by a directional day is exactly that. The IB is tested and then it continues on. So that gives me two. In the course of vetting the IB trades, that gives me two options, one to use in a balanced day and one to use in a directional day. That was the thinking. As opposed to vetting a mean reversion setup with criteria, because then that's only going to be applicable to mean reversion, if you see what I'm thinking. It's also important, maybe for me to say, with regard to news and market moving or auction disruption stuff, I don't pay any attention nor track any of the social medias, especially not whatever the one Trump calls his. I'm not saying anything wrong with that. I just don't. I find that it's more deleterious to my thinking. I want to try to think positively and clearly, and sometimes some of the stuff that happens, frankly, makes me angry. I can't believe what's happening to the country I grew up in. So I intentionally don't pay attention to those things. I only look at the financial juice and whatchamacallit there, investing.com. And maybe that's, like an ostrich, I don't know, but remember, this is my journal and that's what I'm doing. So that's my story and I'm sticking to it. All right. Pretty tight, boys and girls, pretty tight. Pushing that IB up a little bit to the top side. You can see what happened on Friday. Here's Thursday. There's Friday. And here we are today. Now, in the full session, we had Thursday. Then we had a real tight consolidation overnight. And then Friday, pushed up, continued to push up, close on the highs. Similar idea. We had a pretty much of a balanced, you can look back in the stream, pretty much of a balanced, not pretty much, exactly balanced overnight, and we're still holding fire here. Good day to be patient. Remember, there are 3 positions in trading. There is long, short, and flat. And absolutely nothing wrong with that. Let me take a look at the statistics for, I didn't put the overnight high. Overnight highs and lows are typically, maybe this is interesting. Again, these are the 4 open types. This is IRT. This is the study where the statistics come from. And after the open, IRT very graciously highlights the correct column so you can confirm that you have it figured out. Overnight low is 66.6. Ooh, the devil. And the overnight high is someplace around here. Overnight high is 52.1 and 66.6. Okay. And overnight low, and the overnight low is 6. Okay. Well, we did get our statistic, which is not surprising. Oh, no, we did not. We got the mid, which is typically the second. Within the inside, the in range 2 options, higher in range, lower in range, it typically goes the VPOC and then the EVPOC and then the overnight mid, which we took out. And we've tested up here twice and haven't been able to get the overnight volume point of control yet. And that is the price check of aisle 3 from the overnight. What does any of that mean? Beats me. What it says to me is that we are in, obviously, a tight chop. All of those folks who cannot resist clicking the mouse are getting chopped up, That's why I call it retail soup. They're just throwing them in the blender and lining it up. From my point of view, if you are, if your statistics and your trade methodology is to trade, 1 point moves and you don't pay any attention to the levels and you are outside in and outside in. In other words, a rotational trader and you make money at it, good for you. Don't quit. Whatever you do that works, stick with that. If it's not working, recognize that. And, I've been shorting for 2 years and I've blown up 7 accounts. Well, maybe you ought to not do that. a friend here who drops in and out of the stream, got announced the other day that he had gotten moved to an XFA, which means you've passed the combine and now you're in the express funded account, they call it, where you can take payouts until you go or until they move you to the live account. In a 150 combine, which means the price target for the 150 combine is $9,000. Because of his random trading and not paying attention to the consistency rules, which is why I said, all of this needs to start with your risk, your account, what you're trading. That all has to be figured in first. He had paid no attention to the consistency rules, which says at TopStep, any one day can't be more than 50% of the target. Well, he ended up having to earn $12,000 to pass the $9,000 150 XFA, because in 1 or 2 days he had made way more than the 50%, $3,000 more than the 50%. Okay, so there's that. He did that though, and good on him, and he got in his XFA. And the next day, he blew it up. And that is a $4,500 loss limit. And then when we were talking about it in our Discord chat, he said, "Well, yeah, it's my 11th time." Well, Jesus Christ, man. And that's what I said, dude. Maybe just use risk brackets, use the risk management philosophy like I've got going on here, because, wow. First of all, he's got the capability of putting up big days. That's great. But without any kind of discipline around that, or thinking, to blow up 11 times. I have no idea whether that's true. Is what he said, and I believe him. So, that's you need to think about that. Now I'm slow and steady here, and I think there's something I forgot to do in the pre-market, which I would be really upset. And that is right there. This is what copies the trades of the 4 accounts, copies the trade of this one account to the 4 accounts. Now, what that means is that any one trade that I make here in this account on the screen in the streams will automatically copy to anything, entry, close, loss, target movement, any of that stuff is copied immediately. And when I enter a trade, you'll notice the confirmations, instead of just one, there'll be 5 of them pop up right here. They're captured on the stream. It's completely transparent, and that's how that works. So essentially then, when I reach 2 targets, which the 2 profit targets of the risk neutral 2-lot package is 60 ticks. That is then in reality across all of those accounts generated 300 ticks. You got to be really careful that you understand how that works. That's just for the combined and or XFA. Once you're in the live account, obviously that's basically video gaming, and that copy thing doesn't apply, and I don't think it ought to really. But I was real adverse to that at first, and then I thought, well, that's pretty stupid. Why don't I take advantage of that? Because in the XFA, you can continue to do that. So in other words, instead of $750, when I make this basic 2-lot risk neutral package, that would be $3,500. That'd be $3,750 that I could withdraw, from those 5 accounts. So that's my thinking there. It took me the old dog had to learn a new trick there. I think they call it sim farming, and some people are doing they don't even really think about trading as a business now. Their business is doing that, and I think it's Apex maybe, or one of those more predatory outfits. But I think you can do like 20 accounts or something. Pretty crazy. And I guess if that works for you, that's again whatever works, right? Whatever works. But I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. But any account I'm trading, I have the same emotional attachment and thought processes and monkey mind reaction and all those kind of things. Whether no matter what it is, it doesn't differentiate between a sim account or a combine or a live account. So I approach them all exactly the same, that it, really matters and it's a big deal. And I'm real conscious about, I've had, sure, moments where I've overtraded or, whatever it is, but I don't blow up accounts. This account has been going since November 24, by the way. This one here. When I finally got my head around the idea of copy trading, I added a couple more, which since then, and now I'm about one trade away from all 5 of these being completing the combine and going to XFA. And I have to figure out how to show that stuff without, my account name, number and all that kind of thing. I don't know how to do that, to be honest with you. But I realize that for the purposes of accountability and everything, that's important. I need to figure that out, frankly. My thinking was that when these are passed, then I have that dashboard or whatever to show. I guess I don't know. I have to think about it. But anyway, so that's where I'm at basically with all of this, and that's about as transparent as I can get. We are just barcoding over here, or zippering, or whatever you want to call it. A little bit of itty bitty doji going on the dailies so far. And we've got the micro composite VPOC just below us here at whatever it is, 406-ish. And that's correct. Naked volume point of control. Now, this naked volume point of control, which I did put in last night, is the position or is the location of the POC, the VPOC at close, the previous RTH session, which in this case was Friday. So that's where our POC was sitting when we closed on Friday. And you notice how I do the dates, day, month, and year. Okay. Let's see what. Well, nothing. This is kind of suspicious because there's been no updates. When something happens, it's more right. Yeah, when something happens, it's important, market moving, etc. They highlight it like this, and it's noted, right? Now we're having this big. Oh, here we go. So AMD is now exporting to China. with a little blackmail. And AMD and NVIDIA, now the decision is that they can export chips to China, which was a big defense thing, and we were going to bring all that back and make the chips over here and yat, as long as they pay the government 15%. I can't keep up, basically. Okay. All right. Can't stand watching that. There we go. I'd say this is a pretty quiet Monday, and now we are at 9:30. Okay, pretty quick. So. Okay, 9:30 has come. What does that mean? That means the initial balance statistic is in play. And isn't it interesting that the largest volume to the or liquidity to the downside of 273 contracts is right at the IB low? What does that mean? That means that the IB high will cease to move up, and the IB low will not move down anymore. They are fixed at this point. The IB statistic is greater than 97% in all four open types. The IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price. I'm showing you the wrong screen. Sorry about that. The IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of this RTH session. And here's the study that shows that. So there's 97.7%, 98.2%, 98.1% today in this open type, and 97.9% in lower outer range that the IB high or IB low will be revisited. That's the IB statistic. This is not some brand new thing. This is an old, well-known statistic from the market profile world. But it's very valid, okay? And this, remember that the study is looking back at 2001 days. This statistic would hold looking back probably double that or more. But this is what I do. Okay, now what else can you derive from that? Well, somewhere around here. 32.9% of the time, the IB high and the IB low are taken out. So it's a neutral day. But here's an interesting statistic. 1.9% of 2,000 days, neither the IB high or the IB low were exceeded. So think about how you could use those ideas to trade. And what I do is As I said, I'm vetting the IB statistics, which means I have the opportunity of an IB continuation. It comes up and takes out the high or low. It fluffs around a bit and it continues going away. That's typically expected in a directional day. The other trade is the IB failure, which is essentially mean reversion. Comes down, takes it out, makes the stat, takes the stat, fluffs around, and then reverts back to the mean. Typically suggested by a balanced day. This big ledge down here should give you caution. If we break down below that, which happens to be previous settlement, we may get a bump to the bottom side. But I will be extremely cautious today. And what I have discovered in my vetting these trades so far, the final decision is still discretionary for me at this point. I really, really admire and frankly don't quite understand how quant people can code out any kind of discretion. Now, I understand that it's a matter of probabilities, and maybe that's it. Maybe they have enough criteria that they can go, well, when this happens, yeah, sometimes we take stops, but 5% of the time we get our target. I don't know. I admire that, but I am at a point where I'm still, my final decision is still discretionary. We've dropped through the settlement. We've dropped through the, here's our POC right at settlement. Here's the IB low below us, and then the overnight low. Like I said, these ledges give me pause because look at all the volume above that ledge and look at the imbalance down below it. So there you are. There is another statistic which I don't think we'll have to worry about. I mean, I don't think there'll be any price action here that I need to be exceptionally focused on, but Rod at Static and in the TLab, who's a great trader, nice guy, statistician, etc., he worked out early on, months ago, that as you remember, the IB continues to move up until the first hour, and the IB low continues to move down until the first hour. Now, he worked out that there is about a 90% probability or expectancy that the high or low of the first 30 minutes is exceeded by price in the second 30 minutes. So if this is the high of the first 30 minutes, it was exceeded by the high in the second 30 minutes. And then that statistic is over with because we've now gone, the second 30 minutes has been put in. So, excuse me, that's a high probability, not as high as the original old-fashioned IB statistic, but the thing that I like about the IB 30, which is what they call that, there's a time parameter on it, 30 minutes. The old IB statistic could happen within the first nanosecond after 9:30. And it could happen or all the way through the day until the last nanosecond before 1600. So you're out there flapping in the wind for a long time, right? I really hadn't thought about that until a week or two ago, and then I thought, wow, wait a minute, that is a really good statistic because it puts a time parameter on it. After 9:30, the IB 30 statistic doesn't matter anymore. It's off the board. If you have not achieved it, then you haven't. If you have it, and the probability is that 90% of the time you will achieve it. I will probably look to vet that or include that in my statistics as the next one because I like the idea of that. And so we have the world famous Mr. Microphone is going to solve. I'm sure homelessness in DC will be solved by a $200 million ballroom and a however many $1 million military parade we had. It's so funny, isn't it, how with the short news cycle that we have now, the old stage performance technique of misdirection is applied over and over and over again. It's really crazy. No, not crazy, disappointing, I guess. Welcome. If you're just passing through, slap a thumbs up, drop your name in the chat, or hello, or, you know, I suck, or whatever you want to type in there. Your pulse rate, whatever it is. Your hat size, you know. I'd say we're going to get the IB statistic to the low side is what I'm looking at. We're below that gap or below that ledge. And there's probably some statistics or somebody that's done some studies around a ledge. Yeah, exactly. I know. And that's exactly right. That's a good one. Agent Orange, very, very good. I used to refer to him as the Great Pumpkin, but yeah, I like Agent Orange. That was horribly nasty shit that America cooked up. And boy, looks like we got version 2. A good one, Richard. I try to be apolitically and as apolitical as I can be and call it random risk. But yeah, Agent Orange, very good. That's better than Mr. Microphone. I like that one a lot. Well, remember that approach this from a risk management point of view, with your account being the primary, your account in your trading system, whether it's a personal brokerage account, you know, what's your or you know, like an evaluation account or with some outfit, what's the daily loss limit? What's your, you know, what is your risk that is allowed? What's your margin? You know, and that's got to be first, because your ultimate original, you know, the original sin or the original commandment for a trader is to account preservation. Be able to trade tomorrow. Agent Orange, boy, I like that one. That's a good one, and so apropos. Yeah, your margin is a big one for if you're in a brokerage account. That's the one thing about I have to say that I think evaluation accounts approached properly, as not as a game or, arcade game or gambling, make more sense. And for this reason, if you can't be successfully and consistently profitable trading when you have $50, for example, a month at risk, why do you suddenly think you're gonna do better if you put your own capital in an account at risk? I think that's really flawed thinking, flawed logic. Myself, and if there's a reason, if I'm missing something, let me know. I guess, and the step before that would be, if you can find a thing where you can trade sim and not spend any money, which I don't think exists, except maybe NinjaTrader. I think you can trade on NinjaTrader as long as you don't trade live. I think you can trade that free forever. I think. I don't think that that's a platform to use myself, so that's why it's not an option for me. And then any of the rest of them, like, for example, Bookmap, that costs, just the Bookmap costs. And then if you don't want to have a evaluation account, you still have to buy the MBO data in order to drive the thing. So there's expenses there. And of course, IRT costs. But I really think that, and there's a few things about evaluation accounts that I think are real important, that maybe we're balancing out that ledge. Look at there. That are really important, that maybe newer traders don't. If whichever company says that they're going to balance your daily drawdown on unrealized intraday profit swings, then just immediately turn your back and run away. What that means is, no matter whether you're in a trade or not, how far, or if you're in a trade, how far the market swings, whether you take it out, get stopped out, take the profit or not, in the middle of the day, that impacts the calculation of your trailing drawdown. That is the most flagrant insult I can imagine. The first time I read that, I thought it was a misprint, frankly. And here's the IB statistic. Boom, there we go. So we took the IB statistic to the low side at 45. I'm guessing he said something they didn't like. And we took the overnight statistic. Isn't that cute how that works? And the previous IB high statistic. We now have 150 contracts, liquidity laying down here at 08. And we have the value area low 68% below us. So now what I do is, just to kind of, now that I've been watching the entire market and we've taken out the statistic, and I could be anticipating interacting with the market, in other words, trading, I can zoom in and scroll up and do all these kind of things to really see what's happening. Now, so far, there's nothing going on here that I would be interested in. And I will say this also, the last few days, last week, say 3 days out of 4 or out of 5, the suggested IB trade is based on the directionality of the trade of the day that so far, and I've said this already here before. So this is basically a balanced rotational day. So you expect to be the IB failure, which is to test down, come back up, and then go back to the mean, to be the trade of the day, and to be the trade you'd be looking for. 3 days, I think, last week, at some point right around 9:45 to say 10 o'clock, we had been rotational or we'd been directional and we suddenly went the other way. So in other words, the short way of saying that is the expected trade turned out not to be the case, but the opposite was. In other words, this would be a trigger for an IB continuation. We took out the statistic, we tested down, we came back up, we didn't get through the IB again. Now what are we going to do? And that would be the trigger for an IB continuation trade, which is contrary to what would be expected with the trade of the day. And, you know, as I said before the market opened and now and whenever else, as long as Agent Orange is speaking, as long as we've got a potential risk in front of the camera and the microphone, I'm standing down, because you never know what might happen in the next split second, and you can't manage that risk. It's like trying to trade non-farm payroll. Oh, looking back at it, hindsight, rearview mirror trading, everybody can do that really well. But in the spur of the moment, on the hard right edge, how are you going to manage your risk? You might go long, and at the end of the day, it was the right way to go. But the whipsaw took you out before it took off. As an example. Now here, we are sort of doing a mean reversion to an extent, because there's the mean, not very far away. Just 3 points, so not even our scale. So hands off the mic for me, hands off the mouse for me. But the statistic is taken right there. So the IB statistic is no longer on the table. The IB 30 statistic is obviously long gone. And now we sit and wait. Now we can sit and see what happens next. And I'll revert back to my new idea of keeping the whole session in view so that I keep a firm understanding of context. What are we doing? We're talking about a 21 to 10. We're talking about a 10 handle swing in the IB and another, handful of ticks down there. 7, I guess. So the overall range is 6 to 21. So it's a 15 handle range so far. Something to remember about trading I think hangs up a lot of people. I don't know about younger people so much, but older people for sure. You grow up thinking and planning that you are rewarded for your work. Work hard. In the old days, go to your job, work your job, you get a pension, you get a retirement. Now that's all evaporated. But you go to your job, you work your job, you get some sort of job security and advancement, and you put together a 401k or whatever it is. You got rewarded for the work you did. That's absolutely not the case in trading. And that, I think, hangs a lot of people up. And I think that might be the ultimate underlying cost for like overtrading. That and the adrenaline rush coupled together, you know, I guess. Just thinking out loud here, but I don't think it's, I think that's a part of your monkey mind. Remember that our monkey mind is never going to change. It's evolved over millions of years or however, whatever you believe, you know, whether you're a creationist or an evolutionist, it's still a hell of a long time. And those thoughts and emotions that kept us alive way back when, and that were developed from way back when, will never go away. And you're never gonna, you know, I hear people say, well, I'm gonna eliminate FOMO. Yeah, right. Like you're gonna eliminate breathing. No, you will not. The way to approach it that works and that is not, you know, that doesn't not continually give you a sense of failure, because you're never going to eliminate them. So you will continue to fail in your own objective, is to recognize them and control them. I get FOMO every day. I get mad when I get in a trade, when I see a setup and I take a trade and I get stopped out and it goes my way. And I feel that revenge or that whatever they call it, get even thing or whatever else. Fear. It all boils down to fear, essentially. Never going to go away. Just recognize that those things are in your mind. Those chemicals are zooming around in there. And, you know, push your mouse away. Or recognize that and, you know, take a deep breath and clear your view of the market. But and also in you know, hearkening back to the discussion about trading as a business, this is a random environment. It is a statistical fact that the probability of the next trade is 50-50. One of the most important statements that we hear as traders, and nobody pays any attention to, or I don't think, because they believe it's some lawyer boilerplate crap. The historical results are not indicative of future results, or, you know, past performance is not indicative of future results. And that is a statistical fact. It's not some legal thing. If you've had 10,000, I don't know, shorts over here that worked out, the outcome of the next one can't, you know, what it boils down to is there's actually a term for it in gambling, which I pointed out. This is the exact business model of gambling from the point of view of the casino or the house. They don't gamble at all. They run a statistical business model, relying on the law of large numbers. Okay, so. But there is a phenomenon in gambling called the gambler's fallacy. And what the simplest way to say that is roulette. Oh man, there's been 10 reds in a row. It's got to be black the next time. The probability of red being again is 3. It's got to be black. Absolutely not. Statistically, the probability of black or red is 50-50. Actually, on a roulette wheel now in America, they've added a 0 green and a 00 green to further reduce the probability and skew the edge, or the edge to the house. In Europe, I think there's only 1 0, but it isn't 50-50. And as with a coin flip, no matter how many heads you get in a row, the probability of the next one doesn't mean it's going to be tails. It means it's going to be 50-50. So the sooner you embrace that and realize that trying to predict where the market's going to go or what's going to happen, or some indicator is going to magically do that for you, is, I think, a losing proposition. And you're setting yourself up for failure which then you're going, oh shit, I can't do this. I'm no good, blah, 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 all that stuff. And I very definitely believe that your subconscious mind listens to what you tell it. If you keep telling it that you're a failure, it'll make sure you are. So, be positive. Don't do that kind of stuff. I am not, I recognize that I'm experiencing FOMO and I'm not going to act on it. But I'm not going to beat myself up for that. Just some, remember this is my virtual journal and I'm talking to myself here. Remember that. Here we go again. Now what is happening? You see that we are apparently, it's been a rotational day. All of our levels are stacked on top of each other. No question about the fact that it's a rotational or balanced market. So the suggested IB trade is mean reversion, or mean reversion is a suggested trade, whatever you want to call that. And here we go again. I will be surprised if we don't come down and take out this value area low, which means the IB continuation trade, which is setting up right across here, is the way to go. And that happened, as I mentioned a minute ago, that happened 2 or 3 times last week. So I'm trying to figure out, I have the, obviously the stats is plain as the nose on your face. And then the criteria to set that stat up is you got to work out. But how to determine that the tanker is turned, that we're going from rotational to directional. I'm not saying today is the proper day to be judging that because, as Richard pointed out, we have a major random risk, Agent Orange, on the microphone. So that's the big risk that we face in the markets. I suppose the only other risks that would be more disruptive to the auction and more random or unexpected would be a war, a bombing, something here, 911, for example. And then it's not random or unplanned by any stretch, but an equal input to the market would be a Fed decision. But that's, as in keeping with normal practices, that's well planned, and they know when their meetings are and when those announcements are going to be months in advance, and it's public knowledge. The scary ones where you can't manage your risk is when you're sitting here in a trade hoping it's going to go down and get that extra point, and then some dillweed comes on CNBC or Fox News or something and says some random thing, and the market just goes kabloom. That's the toughie. Friday's RTH. Excuse me. Today's RTH. The micro composite. Here's our OR. Here's the labor numbers. Non-farm. And here we are today. This is kind of funny to me. If you're familiar with market profile at all, P-shaped profile indicates short covering. A B-shaped profile suggests long liquidation. Short covering, long liquidation, short covering, long liquidation, short covering. Now what are we going to do? They are trading the hell out of them. And and that's what they do. And that's their job, right? So that's no problem. Your job as a retail guy is to not keep your ass out of the blender, I think. Or at least that's mine. And this is without a doubt retail soup. In my opinion. And if you've made, like what's his name there? GA, if you've, made $45 or $600 in this morning so far, good for you. If there's a method to that madness, that's good for you. If it's just the luck, then you're setting yourself up for a problem. One of the things that humans, one of the weak points, in my opinion, of the human psyche and our memories and stuff is we highlight and remember positive stuff. I think one of the most dangerous and deleterious things that can happen to a trader is when they break their trade plan and it works out and they make money, because then they're like, oh, well, last time I didn't pay attention to that. Maybe I made it, That's a real dangerous, slippery slope. That's why discipline and sticking to your plan precisely, and also never change your trade plan. Make a commitment to yourself. You're never going to change your trade plan during the trading day. That should only be focused on during your study period, whether that's at night or whenever the hell you do that. Remember, this is what I believe. And what works for you is great. And there's no definite way that's the highway. It's my way or the highway, right? That there is none of that. I've used this analogy many times before, but there's a young fella named Dakota who is now one of the coach guys or traders, on TopStep TV, and has a slow markets thing every evening at like 7:30 or something. He uses TopStep X, which is about as stripped down platform as you can get. It's one of these Program X things that's going around that everybody's subscribing up to now. The houses are subscribing to. It's based on a trading view, a stripped down trading view, where very little functionality. I'm not a big trading view guy, so I don't know all the functionality, but I've seen people that have used it that seemed like they have a lot of stuff, IBs and, good volume profile and things like that. TopStep X does not have that yet. Very, very immature platform, in my opinion. He trades with that. He doesn't have volume at the bottom of it. Doesn't look at volume. Doesn't look at volume profile. Doesn't have any indicators. Looks at supply and resistance. He'd go, well, let's see here. We had some resistance right here. So if we trade up here to the bottom of this, I think we might go short. The market looking like it's going south. Has withdrawn $240-some thousand in payouts from TopStep in the last year. What a pleasure. Doesn't worry about all this stuff, analysis, it's what a pleasure. And that's a perfect example that whatever works. And, like Rod and some other people keep it simple, Some of these poor guys that have 10,000 anchored VWAPs and all this kind of stuff going on. First, I can't even see price. And second of all, it's like I closed this stuff off down here because I realized I was never paying attention to any of that. Was just burning up screen space. So, and I don't have any indicators apart from what I've described. The VWAPs, the mid, the POCs. That's it. And that's the same with with IRT. Not as stripped down as Dakota, but hey, if I could get my head around that, and that's another thing. That's another reason why if what I do is profitable for me, it may not be for you. It has to be what works for you, what resonates with you and makes sense, I think. Time frame is real important. You know, how zoomed in or zoomed out is your time frame. Right now, this is about 75 cents wide or high over here, and there's the risk. I used to try to keep this at $1, which would be there. I used to try to keep it $1 high and then keep my risk in my entire session in view. This would be, a lot of guys would be calling this a bar, you know, a bar, which means a breakout and return, breakout and return. But which way is it going to go? Well, it's a balanced context, so I don't know. Looks like it went down to me. Looks like we're continuing to go down to me. I would suppose that before this day is over, we're down here at the value area low from Friday. My guess. But that's not in line with my plan and rules for an IB trade, which I'm betting. So there you have it. And I'm completely comfortable with the fact that I will very likely stand here all day and not put on a trade. I am disappointed when a trade that I'm vetting or that I'm anticipating sets up with everything aligned and I don't take it because I, you know, wuss out and I'm looking for confirmation, you know, which, as the old saying goes, confirmations for Catholics, not traders. That I don't like at all, and that irritates me. But in this case, I'm okie dokie. I'm going to reload the water bottle here. I'll be right back. So if you're just sliding through and this is at all interesting, drop a thumbs up and subscribe and send money. Seriously, drop something in the chat. Say hello. Don't be bashful. What is going on here? Looks like the mic thing changed. I guess it's all right. Seems like it changed for some reason. I don't know why. Just looking at the volume here on the OBS thing, it's not getting where it was. I'm not sure what's going on there. Sounds all right when I put on the headset though, so. Hopefully. Apologies if not. Here we are back to the mean reverting back to the mean. Well, right back to the mean. Which would be the IB failure. But 1 point, well, 2 points, 1 point, 1.5 points. There's no meat on that bone. There's no range requirement there. What's happened here? This looks completely strange. Is there something going on different? Huh. One, two, three, four, five. I don't know. That's pretty weird. I have this mic set at Unity. And it seems low, but I guess it's okay. Once again, these streams go from every morning from 8 o'clock when I do the explanation, the pre-market, the numbers, that stuff, set up bookmap, and give a thought as to how I'm going to, how the day might play out, in my opinion. And then the stream goes continually until 1500. And the purpose of that is the commitment I have to take no trades at all whatsoever, case closed, outside the stream, and therefore provide 100% transparency and accountability. I used to always get a kick out of these guys that would come on and, you know, click hell out of things and be down $2,500 or something, and then the stream close on a big L, quote unquote, and the next morning, well, I'm up $1,500. Yeah, I got back on yesterday afternoon, and I made that back and got up. It's like, Jesus Christ. I absolutely, I don't think that's the right way to go, so I'm not going to ever. And unfortunately, that's why the stream is as long as it is. When I first started it, I, went a couple hours and shut it off. And then later in the day, a trade presented itself that I was going to take. And I didn't, because I had made the commitment not to. So I do capture through the day chapters or timeline, highlights. Trading is a statistical business, the open, TLab discussion, those kind of things. And when I put on a trade, there'll be, trade one, and then the targets and the stops or whatever else it is, and that will all be in the timeline there. So obviously nobody, including me, is going to listen to this. The stream goes for essentially 7 hours every day. Nobody's going to listen to 7 hours every day. I'm certainly not either when I review it. So, but the timestamps only, they're generated through the day, and then after the stream closes, that's updated into the description of the stream, and then I think YouTube pulls them out of the description and puts them along the timeline there. I'm not Mr. Mr. Influencer, if you haven't figured that out. Well, I'm sort of encouraged that the market is doing exactly as expected today. I was kind of disappointed last week that I was wondering if I had to rethink myself or what, you know. But now we're just building that lower end below the ledge, and essentially just a perfectly balanced environment, and the IB failure is working out pretty much okay. Not enough meat on the bone, or not enough range for me, but there we are. I'm now puzzled about why this. Let me look at something here. I'm curious why this thing is not. I don't know. Okie dokie. I wonder if that seems to matter. Yeah? I wonder. Not sure what to think about that. On the mixer, it doesn't. On the OBS mixer, it doesn't seem like it's getting up into the. I guess it's okay. If it doesn't sound right, or you can't hear it, or something's pipe up there, Richard, or somebody. I was messing around with this on Friday because a fellow wanted to have a live conversation via Discord, and I'm hopeful that I didn't screw up some of the settings for my Shure, my SMB, and the mixer here, because I ended up just using the my old Logitech headset to talk to him. Oh boy. Tariffs give us great power over enemies. Canada, Mexico. What enemies do tariffs apply to? We don't necessarily trade with enemies, do we? Would seem to me that the tariffs are having the most impact, positive or negative, however you want to look at it, on our trading partners, starting with our largest trading partners and everybody else in the world. That's an interesting comment. I'll need to think about that one. Right off the top, it strikes me as horse shit and bus tickets, but, you know, that's just me. That makes no sense to me, frankly. But there's a lot of people that kind of thing makes sense to, I'm guessing. Okay, I'll turn up the background music then a little bit. It's weird, Richard, because when I put on my headset, I don't have any speakers in here, you know, because I like the quiet. When I put on my headset, that background music is just pretty much okie dokie. When I listen to the stream on my phone, for example, like you say, very faint. Well, I'll crank it up a couple of notches and you tell me how that sounds to you at this point. I leave everything else on the mixer and everywhere full tilt and then or at unity, and I only control those output volumes with the sliders on OBS. So yeah, I went to great pains to figure freaking music, so I hope that it's, you know, it cleans up some of the dead air and somewhat makes it a little bit more pleasant. Let me know if that's too loud or loud enough or whatever else. Well, anyone, of course, not just Richard, but any feedback is great. This music, if you're interested in that, I ended up going with Epidemic Sound because YouTube is really, okay, thanks, Rich. YouTube is really, I put it right about the middle between where it was and where it is now. Just let me know and I'll keep cranking it up or down until we get it so it's pleasant for you guys. YouTube is really focused on copyright and royalty stuff, as I'm sure they should be. I'm sure there's a gazillion lawyers out there with their mouths just watering to pounce on a lawsuit or something. So if you try to have any of the music that you hear on YouTube or that you see on YouTube as background music for a live stream, you get copyright strikes. It's perfectly fine for you to listen to it yourself, apparently. But if you restream or stream it, all right, cool. Thanks, Rich. If you restream it, then, and that's fine, it's their ball and their bat. I'll try to do what you want. I tried different ones that said, good to use with YouTube or good to stream or whatever else. And then the way I did it was I would do a private or an unlisted stream off hours so that I could. What happens is when their algorithm processes the stream or publish, it automatically, some magical way, determines if any of the music in the background is copyrighted or not, and you get a strike. In my case, because of the way I did it, on their suggestion, there was not a copyright strike, but I found out that those things didn't work. So I finally settled on the only one that I was sure that everybody agreed to, which is called Epidemic Sound. Clever service. A couple of guys from Norway, I think, are the originators of it. So good for them. And that seems to be fine. There's a lot of music in there that I don't understand or don't play, but there's a few playlists that I kind of go through to seem like they provide a reasonable background music, piano and a classical and, that stuff. My preference would be some good piano jazz, but I can't find anything like that. Michelle Pertusiani or something, but and it's pretty funny because it's completely quiet here in my office. So it's not that big of a deal. Thanks, Richard. Okay, I'm getting the heads up kiss that there might be some groceries floating around here somewhere. I think that sounds like a pretty good idea. I'm going to step away for a minute. I would suggest just, as I have said about 10,000 times, do what's right for you, but look at this day, huh? What does that say is going on? That's a real tight range. There was a mean reversion as expected. Balanced, rotational, whatever you want to call it. Had a few migrations of the POC not far from open, and there they sit. So I will be back in a flash. looks like more of the same, huh? Looks like more of the same. Now, if you're not bothered by a range requirement, this is a pretty classic VPOC IB failure. Not quite the trigger that I would want to see, and now it's moving across the range to the other side. Remember that this is 100% rearview mirror, obviously. And I'm not even trying to imply that I saw that firsthand or anything else. I'm just, rearview. I have no use for rearview mirror traders, but on the other hand, you do have to look. I mean, it is valuable and important, I believe, to look back and analyze what has happened. I'm looking at the IB trades. There's two of which is a continuation or a failure, and so I need to look back and have a look at all of this. And like I was just saying, okay, here's a bar trade. This is obviously an IB failure because I'm looking at it in the rearview mirror, and here we are. The real setup and trigger would have been right here. This is not really, because it's back and forth over the IB in my brain, in my opinion. If we trade down to it and can't get through it, that makes more sense to me as a trigger. And I'm just thinking out loud here, remember? And here we are heading up for the high. Ooh, are we going to get our 32.6% or whichever way that went, 36.2, whichever it is? Which means both IB high and IB low are taken out. Neutral day. Under this kind of a circumstance, I would say that as a high probability we will take that out, and we've got quite a bit of liquidity living up here. But if you're strictly a probabilities trader, if there's only a 34% probability that we take out both IB high and IB low, that means that there is a 66% probability that we won't, right? If I'm not mistaken. So if you were to short up here, you would say you had a 66% probability that you were going to go the other way and not take that out. I think that's correct. Maybe I'm a little sleepy from breakfast there, but that's what I think. Somebody's got a iceberg of 1. Is that an iceberg? How the hell does that work? These icebergs and stops and stuff are based on the tag associated with the order, and that comes from market by order data. Used to only be a rhythmic thing. Obviously, if you stop and think about it, the exchange has got to know what the hell the orders mean. Is this a stop? Is this an iceberg? Is this a whatever? So they have a code for those. And it used to be that only rhythmic had those market by order, was the first anyway. as I know it. I think others have now adopted it, I believe. We got 235 at a buck quarter at 64 quarter. That's substantial. Got a whole pile of hundreds down here below us, but no real mega numbers. Will we get our 32? Is it 32? I better stop babbling without knowing what I'm talking about. The statistic I'm talking about, which we're going to get here in a second. Yeah, 32.9%. Boop, come on. Some stacking and pulling going on there. Excuse me. Okay, ladies, are you going to trade it up there? What are you going to do, boys and girls? Ooh, these balls here, or bubbles, or whatever you want to call them, are delta. So that little guy there, look at how close we got there and didn't get it. Isn't that cute? This means there was obviously buyers and sellers, but it ended up delta. Sell delta. Well, okay, let's get over here and look real quick. The statistic I'm talking about is right here with the IB high and the IB low out of 589 days, which are 29% of 2001 days. We took out the IB high and the IB low 194 days for 32.9%. So that's the probability of that. And as I pointed out a minute ago, I hope, here we are. We didn't get it yet. When I first kind of was introduced to the idea of statistics and how this works, was a webinar on Big Mike by Murad Askar, who is FT71, and a webinar and Big Mike ought to tell you how long ago that was. And what he had done, what Murad had done, or FT had done, was he'd exported, he used IRT at that time a lot, exclusively pretty much. Bookmap wasn't in play yet. And he had exported his futures data and had cooked up an Excel sheet, kind of like the cooking channels where all of the prep mess had been taken care of in politeness to Big Mike and to expedite the webinar. What he did was his example or the teaching point of the webinar was how to extract statistics from your data, and the statistic he was working on was the IB statistic. And through the course of that webinar, he pointed out, now we've just taken the stat. He pointed out the idea about, well, the IB is not really a statistic you can trade and make money on because of the, could be any time in the day and on and on and on. But he said, But now, how about this one? How about we've taken out one and we trade up close to the other IB? There's only a 32% or whatever it was in those days percent probability we're going to take that. That's a good stat to lean on to go the other way. And I thought, there's something I hadn't thought about before. This is back around, I guess, 2014 or something, maybe. Now we've just taken that to the tick. So we have, in actuality, satisfied the 32.9% statistic, taking out both IB high and low, revisiting them, I should say. And the balance, you see how they, what am I doing here? You see how they, we're just taking it out. Now we're probably going to run through it and get into this. We got a lot of liquidity up here, right? 230 and 273 at 25. But you see how remember when there was that big ledge right here? And they've now filled that ledge right back in and traded it. Now we have really and truly taken out the statistic without question, cleaned out that liquidity at 23, and we still have the close, which is 73.7% statistic. Uh-oh. Is that going to happen? It's amazing, isn't it? It's not magic. It's statistics and it's math. But it is still interesting to watch how they play out and how reliable they can play out. And we're going to take this, we're going to get 73 of the previous close and probably the previous high, which is a statistic that I didn't put down there yet, and likely the overnight high. Remember when I said early in the session, or maybe the pre-market, that this is typically a light week, soft week. There won't be any Fed stuff. And in these kinds of days when we close right at the top with, huge premium at the close on Friday, there's not a lot of resistance or traders in the way. We may well take out a new all-time high at some point in this week. And that shoots this price action that we're having now is shooting we're no longer rotational, right? We're going directional now. So does that mean that there was no trigger here? But does that mean, or maybe you could call this a trigger, we should have gone long? I hope everybody's on the right side of these trades and making money hand over fist today. Oh, yeah, there we go. Told you that overnight high. Uh-huh. Who's that masked man? Next stop overnight, or next stop all-time high. Maybe it would be fun at some point to create another stream where I don't share any of the levels or any of the conversation like I do here. Just have a stripped down, maybe a stripped down chart or something, and then just make it seem like I'm a genius and know where all this stuff is going to happen. I really wonder. I bet you there's more than one person that does that. More than one influencer type that comes across with something like that. I'll bet money on it. One thing's for sure, if I've thought of that now just as a joke, you know, laughing to myself, you can bet your ass that there's a handful of clever boys out there that are doing it day in and day out. All those guys who, you know, do the pump and dump and all that stuff. Was 29 right now over here, Richard. Which you can see on the bottom of my screen down there. One of the things to notice if you're watching here and if you're, you know, questioning stuff to further the accountability and the transparency, I stream the entire monitors, not just the application. The reason for that is you can see what programs I have up and running, and more importantly, you can see the date and the clock to the second. So I want to alleviate in anybody's mind the thought that this isn't, you know, it is what it is. And I'm certainly the first to show when I fall on my ass. And welcome. Hit the thumbs up. Drop something in the chat so Richard and I don't feel lonesome. I'm jealous of Antonio chilling out on vacation. I'm hoping he's by the beach or something over there in Portugal, and that he feels better. And in case you're not familiar with how Bookmap works with the trade, how they record and graph all the things you do with a trade, this is a screen snap of a trade on the 15th of July, and I'll show you the whole scoop here. Oh, damn it. always do that. I forget that. So, and this is how I narrate or how I annotate a trade before I put a copy of this in my journal. But you can see what Bookmap does. Here's Bookmap. Here's everything like normal. This is the entry, that purple triangle, and it's pointing in the direction of the trade. So at that point, here's T1, T2, and the stop. Price action, price action, price action, sweating bullets right here. There is T1 target hit, risk neutral. At this point, the worst that I could possibly do on the trade is for price to go back up here, hit that stop, and scratch. Price continues on, continues on, continues on. We drop down through here, and I did a bit of trade management in that I brought my stop up to here so that I would lock in a minimum of T1, which isn't the right thing to do, actually, in vetting a trade. And then I did it again right here. And price continued on, and there is T2. So you can see every action to do with entry, targets, stops, and had I moved these targets around, it would be reflected exactly like this. Up here is the total P&L, 60 ticks. This little window, which I display as I have done so here for the screen snap to go in the journal, the static journal, shows you pretty much the whole shooting match across time to the entry and exit times to the millisecond, all across the way. There's 750. Unfortunately, it only does P&L in dollars, not ticks, or at least I haven't figured out how to change that yet. And it does show the ticks. I guess I could get rid of those two columns. There's the total ticks, type of trade, maximum, adverse, and favorable excursion, etc. So it's completely transparent. And then I put that snap then in my static journal for that particular trade when I go back to review it. And you can always see down here at the bottom that it's live data and real trading. Down at the bottom right. Okay. Well, I walk away for a minute. I expect you guys to get rich and trade this thing somewhere, and seems like you're not. What would you think? I would suppose that volume has picked up a little bit, wouldn't you? I'm not sure, but let's check, shall we? Let's check. Let's check over here. Ooh, no baby. Up 1% from where we were. This is through this time, looking back historically. ATR picked up a little bit. The rotations, once again, if you have a brilliant insight as to the way to trade these harmonic rotations, or use this data, count mean, median, and mode, I'd appreciate that. Pipe up in the what do you call it, the chat there. What I was thinking about was, not now when I'm in the vetting process, but a little bit more a scientific or more optimized way of setting the stops. This is just absolutely blanket right now. 12 tick stop, that's 3 handles, and a 12 tick. The minute this is chosen, and the size, the contracts, T1 is set in stone. It's for the same ticks and for half the package. So, I've tried. I jokingly refer to this as, however you want to do it, but of course, first you need to approach it from your risk appetite and your account. Then next would be volatility. I'm assuming ATR or harmonic rotations. Yeah, so if you have some insight into that, let me know. And we were rotational up till 10-ish. And now we seem to be going directional. We did take out both IBs, so that 32.9% or whatever it is has been satisfied. Look at this. At this point in time, I would certainly not recommend shorting, because in my view, at this point, that's counter trend. And I think that's a real bad idea. Just me. That's just me. We were rotational, there was no trend, and it suddenly got directional around 10:30, 10:40. For whatever reason. Maybe that's just Agent Orange quit talking, and I don't know. I think that statement that tariffs are a great way to control our enemies, that seems kind of like one of the best oxymorons I've ever heard. Okay, 10:55, there we go. 10:55, he ended his remarks. There we go. So now, right there, he ended his remarks. Coincidence? I don't know. Smack that thumbs up. That'd be a great. Or don't, I guess, but be nice. Or subscribe, or both. Or if you really want to be nice, you could send money. Okay, I'm going to mute here and interesting to now, assuming that I was really fast and that I took this as a IB continuation trigger somehow or another, even though it really doesn't mean anything that I'm thinking about. Well, I don't know. I guess maybe if you wound it out there far enough, you could call this the trigger. That's reasonable, I think. That's one reason for zooming in when you get ready to, but this is a minute, you know. Really? I don't know about a minute. That's pretty tight. I think that's too tight for me. Anyway, assuming you got along here, IB continuation. There is not a scale. So your liquidity and your two levels are before your scale. You're long here at 21.75, so call it 22. So you need to be up here at 25-ish. Right in there, you're scaled. Now, you need to get from 22 to 34 for T2. Maximum we've got so far is 31. So we've gotten a scale in, or risk neutral would be, this is all hypothetical rearview mirror, right? Analyzing what would have happened and how. And one of the things to think about in advance of putting on a trade is, where is this thing going to go? Is it got the risk or the meat on the bone that I need for the trade configuration in my bracket? At this moment, it does not, by a substantial amount. Got to be up here in order to have our T2. And I'm not saying in a million years, I'm not predicting that we are not going to get there today. I'm just saying that so far, if you got long hair, you're risk neutral, you got your helmet on, and you're sitting back because you have not made any money on the trade yet. You're risk neutral, but you haven't gotten T2. So when I'm looking at this, I'm seeing all this stuff and I'm thinking, that doesn't look very favorable for achieving both targets. Another thing I'll mention, which I don't think I did mention at the time, I found out the hard way early on when I became aware of the IB trades, the IB statistic. Let's get back here before the end. I can talk about this and a better reference. Okay, here's where the IB sets, right? 930. That means this is not going to go anywhere, because the IB low was put in over here. So 930, the statistic is active. Okay, now what do you start thinking? I'll tell you something that worked out terribly for me. And that's, I think, kind of a function of not, I don't know, pick one. Pick a reason, I don't know. It worked out very poorly, statistic-wise, to try to trade to the statistic. What I mean by that is, at this point in time, the IB statistic has not been set, low or high. The IB is in play because it's past 930. So frequently I would go, we're below mid, we're below VWAP, we're below the VPOC. We're going to take the IB low and it's short. Now, it did work out in this case. But a lot of times it'll come down here and go across and take out the other side. Here, for example, it would be something like this. So one of the rules now in my trade plan is never trade to the statistic. Trade the statistic. In other words, once the statistic has been set, that's when you start looking for a trade. Today, in this example, it would have worked. But it would have been a nail biter up here. And it's just not, in my statistics, it is definitely not doesn't have a high probability. Much better to have the statistic be taken out, and then, in other words, that's the first part of the setup, and then the conditions or the parameters, then the trigger, then the trade. So there's that. There's that.
Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor. Deixa que hoje eu vou ser o teu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu. Deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto, tanto tenho a dar pra fazer o frio evaporar. Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor. Deixa que hoje eu vou ser o seu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu. Deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto, tanto tenho a dar pra fazer o frio evaporar. Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor. Deixa que hoje eu vou ser o teu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu. Deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto,
pienso en qué pasó y cómo me afectó las horas que pasé en aquel bus. No entiendo bien por qué mi abuelo distraído se bajó sin mí. Yo seguí. Acapulco no era un lugar para una niña de mi edad. Con solo 4 años enfrenté la soledad. Del bus te vi pasar y la calle caminar, y a pesar del miedo que me dio, no pude ni llorar. Eres la niña perdida, el chico me preguntó. No había entendido que esa niña era yo. Después de 6 horas encontré donde bajar, crucé la calle, di con el lugar, se abrió la puerta y todo mi mundo me abrazó. Estaba sola frente al mar. Nunca me voy a olvidar. Estaba sola frente al mar. Acapulco era el lugar.
Estava a viver, caminhando na vida, sempre chorando por uma nova ferida. Mas como até que de mato nasce uma flor, muitas vezes é da dor que vem o amor. Eu que pensava que era um engano, olho seus olhos de luz e vejo um anjo. Esqueci dos tropeços, esqueci das caídas em noites perdidas.
mis noches llenas de amor. Corazón, hablarle en poesía, cantarle a tu alma y llenarla de ilusión. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor. Ay, amor, jamás seré tu dueña. Yo quiero que me elijas cada día por amor. Corazón, todo lo que viví fue para prepararme y reconocer tu amor. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor. Salga el sol, besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor.
flor querida, la noche ha llegado acá y en tu vida puedes dejar la soledad, siempre contigo ella está. Si duérmete, mi angelito, sueña con tranquilidad. Duérmete, pronto los sueños llegarán. Contigo ella siempre está. Llegó la estrella, llegó para ayudarte a dormir. Y sabes que con ella nunca tiene que sufrir y con amor puedes vivir. Si duérmete, mi angelito, sueña con tranquilidad. Duérmete, pronto los sueños llegarán. Contigo ella siempre está. Contigo ella siempre está. Contigo ella siempre está.
Well, there we have the worst pattern I think there is in trading history to trade, and that's a opening megaphone. Higher highs and lower lows. Stop and think about it. An opening megaphone. Ooh. Take care, Richard. Well, well, so who's rich yet? Not me. This is not even excuse me, this is not even a situation where a 12 to 1 trade comes into play. After this little excursion to the north, I guess we back in balance again, huh? We're gonna get down here pretty soon. We're gonna finally get our nose down to this value area low. That's a terrible. And this is not a market I'm at all interested to be involved in. Nothing I see here for me in the IB trades I'm betting. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're not over trading or just making stuff up, you know, which is what can happen to you in a situation like this.
As coisas chegam quando passam. Se o que aconteceu de errado, veja bem pelo outro lado. É o que faz.
All right, let's take a look around the horn here.
Todas migalhas do passado
The ES
vão viver
Mini
tempo de glória.
and this is the NQ Mini.
O tempo de Deus não tem
Pretty much the same, identical maneuver. We're definitely,
que soltarmos, que nos foi presenteado.
this was non-farm payroll.
Se pássaro não
And then here, there's been trade so far. This is the ES Micro Composite chart, which is it's real simple. It's just a higher time, my version of a higher time frame. This is the RTH session only. Daily bars, daily candlesticks. And wherever price overlaps, I put a volume profile around them. What that does is it gives a VPOC, MCVPOC, generates these red and green lines, which are the high and low volume nodes. And those high and low volume nodes push to bookmap. This is the ES market profile. And the session prices, which automatically push to bookmap as well. What are we doing with?
Se o que aconteceu de errado, veja bem pelo
The volume is sneaking up. It was 74, then 76. Now we're getting up to about 84% of average for this time.
migalhas do passado vão viver tempo de glória.
ATR's picked up a little bit. still have the harmonic rotations that I'm not sure what to do with. If somebody else knows, let me know. Hey, Alex, bonjour, ça va? Nice to see you as well. And here we have the pretty lousy day, and not a bad day in that I overtraded or did anything like that, but oops, wrong button. But definitely a bad day for trading, in my opinion. We have a opening megaphone, in other words, lower lows, higher highs, real choppy day. Started out very rotational and then extended up a little bit. And now here we sit. Historically, in looking at seasonality, this is a very weak, one of the lower trading weeks of the year. Basically, the Fed is not doing anything. They're going to Jackson Hole. Most people that, a lot of people are on vacation before summer winds down and school starts and all those things. So it's time to be really cautious and pay attention, be very mindful about your risk and account preservation. Super. All right. Yeah, there was no numbers. It's actually pretty amazing. There are the reports and numbers for the day. Not a hell of a lot better tomorrow. CPI's basically it. Earnings pretty much non-event. And the only real thing on the financial juice calendar was the story of Trump talking at 9 in the morning. So that's been and he's had two or three other things to say because likes that microphone and that camera. Very good day to pay attention to your risk. And nothing happened in my world. In my IB trades, nothing happened worth taking for me. In terms of a trigger and stuff. And it's hot over here, so that's also people are, heading for beaches or cooler climates. $31 here right now. Yeah, $31 here right now. You can see the bottom of my screens. And real jammed up, if you, not only is it a, nothing, come on, man, what's going on here? Obstacles all over the place, not any real place where there's at least the range requirement to take a trade, even if one set themselves up. So it's a real good day to study and watch and remember that there are three positions: long, short, and flat. Yeah. Well, there's this blurb here, which is just about when Trump stopped speaking, I think. We ran him up here, but I'm not sure why. It wasn't really part of my strategy or anything to be watching. But yeah, very definitely. This stuff has just been retail soup. And then we had this one. And now we're going. Okay, if you're a range trader and you're trading mean reversion and you're good at that, you don't pay much attention to the risk obstacles or the range, which is what I try to do. You got long down here someplace and short up here someplace, and it's been a good day. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that if that fits your plan. Very definitely, you're right. It's the only movement that had any kind of legs to it at all, where you could conceivably make your scale and your target, or make it a trade that's worth the risk. If you know what I mean. I'm sure you do know what I mean. What's this volume right here all about? They're spiking it up here and running it up and down. What's that for? I don't know. Anymore, the first thing I look at when something like that happens is the news. Because typically that's what's happening. I'm not saying that is or that I know that, but generally these days, it seems to me anyway, that the unknown risk or the random risk or whatever you want to call the risk associated with not everybody in the administration, I guess, but there are a few of them that are real fond of the sound of their own voice and are really like the camera. And when they get there, typically, or at least I have no idea what they're going to say. So that to me is an unknown risk, and just like, for example, some sort of a random 911 or something, nothing that was scheduled, nothing that you planned on, you don't know. And with this particular administration, especially associated around the tariffs and stuff, it seems to change faster than, remember when I said, well, there's something that happened? Well, here you go. There it was right there. So Trump has just extended the tariff deadline by another 90 days. Well, great. But there were going to be no more extensions, and the deadline's the deadline, and whatever other things he had to say. So, like trying to nail Jello on the wall, not very easy to do. In my opinion, that's why I consider it to be, from my project management and stuff days, the first thing you try to do is you try to identify risks to the project, to what you're doing, and then you make a risk management plan to mitigate that risk. And if you can't identify the risk, that's the most dangerous thing to a project, any project. And that's what I believe the situation we have now. And it's probably by design. I suspect that he thinks it's somehow good to keep everybody on their back foot, and it isn't for the economy or for inflation or for our other members, our other partners in the world, and then says random, really things that I find really random, or really, where is it? This comment right here. Tariffs give us great power over enemies. Seems like so our enemies are our trading partners and the American people, because that's who pays for the tariffs. I don't think that our enemy. Maybe I don't understand who he believes our enemies are. I don't think it's Canada or Mexico. I don't think our enemies are the EU or UK. Taiwan, who makes it, or South Korea. I don't know. Those kind of statements definitely give me pause to wonder what the hell is going on. Well, good. I'm glad you, like I say early on in the morning or in the beginning of these streams, the whole idea that I'm doing here is to share what I think. First of all, I have to talk out loud so I can capture what I was thinking in the stream. And then the hope is that A, I get better, at this, and B, that it can be helpful to somebody else. So, and the absolute main underlining theme here is complete transparency and accountability, and no bullshitting. No. That's about the way to say it, I guess. So that's really great. Thank you. That makes me feel good. Yeah, I don't know who he imagines our enemies are. It doesn't say over our enemies. It says tariffs give us great power over enemies. Well, I don't get it, but it's by no means it's not the first or the last thing that I won't understand. I'm pretty sure of that. Not to harp too much or the size of your account or any of those things, but the risk neutral plan works really well for me, and it keeps me in line. And just with if I know that that's exactly what's going to happen when I click the mouse, whichever way I click it, it'll either be the bracket will be in there short or the bracket will be in there long. And what I need to focus on is trade location. Trying to read, I forgot which key was the trade location snap or hotkey for the timestamps. Trade location. So, let's pretend that I wanted to get long here for some reason. I would be focusing on, I know that it's a 3-point stop in the bracket. And I don't want the stop to be right in the middle of all this traffic. Well, I'm going to want to be looking near the bottom of this consolidation for the entry. And again, I want to stress this is not a structured trade or something I was looking to do. I'm just using it as an example. I'm going to be looking for something down here so that my stop is below this traffic, all this trade, 3 points, and that I have just 3 points to the first obstacle, which is settlement. That's my risk neutral scale. From that point, then I can just put on my helmet and sit back, and watch to see if the trade goes to my second target, which is the goal. In this case, it would have been beautiful. That's why I probably subconsciously picked out this price action right here. You see but you understand what I mean. Once you know the bracket size, and here's another good one. You want to enter here, for example, somewhere, or here. Where are you going to go? If you're entering a mean reversion trade I spoke about this early this morning. If you're thinking about an IB failure, which is a mean reversion trade, there's the mean. You barely get your scale, and then it's finished. So you need to make sure that your entry location is such that you have essentially an asymmetric trade, where, in other words, there's a small risk for a greater reward. And in the case of the bracket, the risk neutral brackets, I want to be sure that I have enough room to get to my target, my T2. Not just the scale. The goal, the object is not the risk neutral scale. The object is to get risk neutral scale as fast as you can. Then the worst you can do is scratch. But the point of the trade is to get to your target. And obviously, never in a bazillion years move your stop away from entry. Never. If it comes back and takes your stop out, that's what it does. The market goes, remember that the market only goes up and down, and that the probability of the next trade is 50-50. So I'm not saying any of that is easy to do. I'm just saying that helps. Oh, yes, yeah, absolutely. That's exactly right. And I think anybody that's a successful trader, no matter what trade philosophy or trading style they have, like many times through the course of my streams here, I'll use an example of this Dakota fella, the young fella who seems like a pretty good guy. The young fella over at TopStep TV, who uses TopStep X, absolutely no volume, absolutely no levels, absolutely no indicators. We'll look at, supply and demand sometimes, and is very successful at trading. And more than 50 times in an hour and a half in his conversation will say, the most important thing to do is stick to your process, right? Which is basically the same idea, risk management and process. And there are 1,000 ways to skin a cat. My way is definitely not the highway. It's the way that makes sense to me at this point in time. I would love to be to get to a point in time where I had, one simple platform that didn't cost a bunch of money every month, and I could jump in there and make a trade or two a day with no indicators and no nothing, and have my consistent profitability. Wouldn't that be a pleasure? I mean, yeah, that's like money for nothing and the chicks for free, right? So that's but at this point in my evolution as a trader, this is what makes sense to me. And you really, really, really need to do what makes sense to you, whatever that is. With risk management and account preservation being the fundamental thing, as Tom says, and I say here, whatever. Your most important first primary job as a trader is to manage your risk, which preserves your account. You can have the most fantastic setup in the world, 99% win rate and 99% whatever profit factor, whatever else. And if you blow your account up this afternoon, guess what's going to happen tomorrow? nothing. You're going to be out of business. So that's really important, I think. And yeah, absolutely on the bullshit videos on YouTube, Jesus. And especially, I find it especially funny when one of those typical group of people will make a opening range breakout video, and then 15 of them within the next couple of 3 days, you'll see 15 of them come out. I don't know whether they get together and plan that stuff or whether they just lack imagination. So, one of them will think about it, and then all the rest of them will jump on their peachy trade and bull barmy and all these ones that are busy. They are affiliates with prop firms, primarily Apex, so they get paid by people who sign up. And I suppose that the number of people that join up and flop out of combines have to, then they re-up and maybe they get more money. I don't know. But it's funny to me how one thing like that'll happen, and all of a sudden within the next couple of 3 days, you'll see 15 more videos like that. All on the same subject. They don't even try to conceal the name. It's opening range breakout, then they'll all be the same one. For example. But yeah. And today was definitely an exercise in patience, because it's, for me, for somebody that's trading mean reversion, they're looking at outside in. Well, they had outside in here. What'd they have? What are we? We're at 64, and there's 64.14. So there's 10 handles right there. That's a nice trade. That's $500 with a one lot, right? And the same from the top down. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just not the trades that I'm vetting now, and I'm pretty rigid about the risk and the range requirements. I hope it's a lovely summer where you are. Alec? Richard, who is from UK, said it's been extremely hot where he is there too. I think he's east of London. I think he's more in the south, so it makes sense, I guess. And now we're going to come out to bottom. We're going to get that value area low. I'm sure of that. I think I said that about an hour and a half or 2 hours ago. Oh, yeah, I talk about that in the personal, wait a minute. I talk about that in the pre-market stuff, Alex, so you probably haven't heard that. But I explain it quite in detail there, and it's real simple. This is a TopStep account. Combine. My idea of this stream was to record, transparently and with full accountability from zero to hero, from the beginning through live. And this is a TopStep evaluation account. Ooh, look at us go. Something happened. Something happened here. Sorry to interrupt that thought, but well, there's my value area low. So, you know, I love it when I'm a fortune teller. Anyway, this is a TopStep evaluation account, and let me show you over here. I copied to 4 others with this little tool right here in Bookmap. So, in other words, when I take a trade here, an entry, for example, it automatically enters the exact location in 4 other TopStep accounts or combines, and then move the target, do any of those things, it's exactly the same. It copies exactly what you do to them. The upside of that is, so when I make 60 ticks up here, it's really 300 ticks when you spread it across times 5, right? The idea is now that it's called, I was really opposed to this at first, but then I was talking to somebody and said, well, what are you, stupid? It's free money. This only is valuable in the XFA, where you get paid for trading sim account, XFA, Express Funded Account. Now so you need to have however many accounts it is. The maximum that they let you have in Express Funded Account is 5. That's why I did that. And right now, there's one more trade of my risk neutral 2 lot, and all 5 of these will have passed the combine and be in the XFA. Then, for example, when I make a trade that's 60 ticks and it's copied times 5, I will be paid that money. So it's a good way to build up some additional money for your, just whatever, your life or whatever it is, and or to fund or add to the funds of a brokerage account. Once you have done that and they take you to a live account at TopStep, there's only one live account. That XFA and the copy thing and all that goes away. I think there may be some outfits that do continue with the copy thing, but TopStep is one of the only companies where you are really put in a live account. It's the clearing broker is something 500, whatever they're called, I forget. And it's absolutely a live account. And with a live account, typically you can only have one. So that's the story. Yes, I am in TopStep, but a TopStep is 50-50. You can't make more than 50% of your total. And all 5 of these accounts are fine within the consistency. But I take these accounts, I approach this whole thing a lot different than a lot of people. When I do a combine like this is just a damn combine. I mean, when you stop and think about it, it's like any Joe Blow, can do this thing. For me, the emotions, the thought process, the risk management, all that, I don't differentiate mentally at all between this and my live brokerage account. It's exactly the same to me. Same emotions, same FOMO, same fear, same everything else. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. And now a lot of people who don't suffer from that like I do, as I do, they just get in here and throw Hail Marys and figure they'll buy another one if it craps out. I'm going to make $1,500 today and I'll make $1,500 tomorrow, and then I will have passed the XFA. And then they usually get in the XFA and blow up in 1 or 2 days because they don't have their mindset. They can't shift gears fast enough with their thinking. That's my opinion. And I'm just not wired that way. So this is how I do it. And to me, the consistency thing is not even a issue because I know that my base 2 contract risk neutral package, when it goes to both targets, is 60 ticks, which is $750. Okay. If I do 1 trade a day with that, there's no way I could ever possibly go over the consistency rule. And even at the beginning, if I had two of those successful trades a day, it would still be under the $1,500, just barely. But yeah, in this case and the other 5, they're all in the consistency rule, and there's about, I don't know, they are obviously, because of the fact that they're copied, the only way you can have them not all synced in terms of price or profit is if you started one after you'd started another, for example. So that's how that works. And I had done that. This particular account right here is the original one that I started trading, and then around Christmas time or something, or first of the year, somebody said, well, you're an idiot, man. Why aren't you doing that? So I added the other ones. So this one is has a little bit more profitability, is closer to the passing the combine than the other 4, but I know how much that is, and I know that they'll all be across they all will have passed the combine with one more successful 2-lot package. So that's about as clear as I can get that. And it is true, you can pass the combine in 2 days. And I'm sure plenty of people have. But I don't know. I'm talking about, and something else I almost forgot to mention. These are 50K combines. So the profit target is only $3,000. And I say only, I mean, I work to get there, hard to get there, but like another fella that comes and goes here now and then, he goes 150s and he makes, $4,100 a day or something. He doesn't pay any attention to his consistency rule, or can't, or something, I don't know. And he in order to pass the last combine, which he told us all that he did and showed me, he had to make $12,000 to pass his 150 combine, which is a $9,000 target. So he had busted the consistency rule so badly a number of times that he had to make an extra $3,000. Think about that, an extra 33% in order to pass the combine. And he did. And then he blew it up in 2 days. He blew up the XFA in 2 days. Because he just doesn't have he has a problem with risk management and discipline, So I guess it's kind of the slow and steady deal for me. And I'm sure that's boring to people who, other people that come to a stream, they want to see somebody clicking and, they want to see some gunslinging, and that's not the purpose of this. The purpose of this is my stream, my journal, which I share. And so I would be lying to you and me both if I traded in some way that wasn't the way I expect to trade. I see red crap happening here. I'm not sure why. And where are we here? Well, we're coming on to the world famous power hour. This kind of price action spooks me, right? Makes me want to run away. This is the opening megaphone. This is how I've heard it referred to. And we're getting higher highs and lower lows. In other words, the thing is widening out. And that's exactly, doesn't make me feel good. Having said that, again, like I said a few minutes ago, if you're a mean reversion trader and you're good at trading those, that's the setup you're working on, well, what a pleasure, huh? And now where's it going to go? Yeah, so it's, There is no one way to trade. My way certainly isn't the highway. You know, it's not my way or the highway. This is what it makes sense to me, and I encourage anybody to do what makes sense to them, and I would be happy to help in any way that I could. Now, again, you know, I would love it if I could fire up TopStep X in the morning or at some point in the day, and you know, spend an hour and and make a couple of trades that, you know, a couple of these risk neutral trades, and shut it off and go run or go chase the cats or whatever the hell, you know what I mean? What I need to figure out how to do, and maybe somebody here knows how to do that. I don't know how to show the, you bet. I don't know how to show the, like the combine or the general account thing without, you know, I don't want to obviously share. I don't think it's a good idea to share your account numbers and stuff like that. So, but I'd like to be able to figure out a way to do that. To further reinforce the transparency and the accountability. I don't know how to do that. I need to figure that out. If I were sitting on the other side of the screen, I'd be curious about that. Bookmap doesn't do that. So something I need to, yeah, my pleasure. And, you know, it's nice to have, I appreciate you and those guys coming by that contribute or that join in, because it's nice to, you know, trading's a lonely business. I stand here in front of these screens just on the stream 7 hours every day. And then I, you know, usually have a little bit of a break, and I'm watching the overnight and whatever before I go to bed and taking care of the family and other things. But yeah, it's, you know, it's nice to interact. And some of the more successful traders are because of they're in a prop shop, for example, where there's a group of people on a desk sharing ideas and that kind of stuff. That's important. That is important. Can be important. I'm going to look at something here. Yeah, it doesn't work. I don't know a way to share the accounts stuff, and it only does so for one account at a time that I know of. Maybe there's another way to do it with TopStep is what I'm talking about. This is the dashboard for the lead account, and that's where that's profit and the best day and the dumbest day and the consistency rule and how much is left and all of that stuff and the plot and whatever else. But I don't know how to do that for all of them. And had I not had a lapse in risk and brain control right here with the 3 stops early on. Now this account started in November 6th. Look here, you see that? Well, I've been chugging along with this account, not blown it up, not done anything. Now I hadn't, it was up to and within similar trading distance in February, the end of February, and I had a big problem happen in my life, which put me on tilt, and I wasn't smart enough to recognize that, and I thought I would be okay, and I was not, and took it back down and to below 50 grand, to below there. And you see that in June, and now back up. Once I started focusing only on vetting the IB trades. So I don't know another way to share this with anybody, but this is the legacy dashboard, and you see they're trying to do some spin out to show the new one, which I haven't clicked because I don't want to break something. But this is how that works. So yeah, there you go. And I could take screen snaps of each one of them, but then this is the live real thing directly from TopStep. So it's accurate and it's accountable. The thing that you don't know is the account number, which would be the positive identifier. And I just don't think it's a good idea to share that account number, over the internet. I don't think that's probably a good idea. I'm not clever enough to figure it out, but I'm sure somebody's figured out how to hack them or engineer getting into them, you know. Human engineering, or whatever they call it, where you don't, it's not really hacking, but you figure out a way to track people down and call up support and BS your way, to, you know, bullshit your way to get what you want. Whatever kind of engineering they call that. People that are good at it are amazing. So, there we go. Well, we're in the world famous, all-inclusive, terrifying power hour. Maybe not. Yeah, so we are, here's where we've been. We're not quite an inside day because previous RTH high is right there at 64, quarter half. We did trade just a little bit above that, so it's not an inside day by definition. We have taken out all the suspected statistics that I put up here for the day, and we've gotten every one of them. Which is, you know, interesting. And we accomplish that frequently. That's why they are statistics. This is 84% probability because looking back over 2,000 days when we opened lower in range, this price was revisited 84% of the time. It's a statistic, and these are probabilities. It's not magic. I don't have a big pointy hat and a magic wand. This is just statistics and math. Not surprising at all that we revisited these prices and these statistics. You get down in the 60s, or, you know, you get close to 50-50s, like there. Well, what the hell? You might not take it. It's getting close to 50-50. Now, we did take a statistic today that is 37 point, whatever it is. Hold on. That's fairly rare. Uh, 33.1%. That is, we took out both initial balance. We took out the low, and then we came up and took out the high. The probability of that in this open type, looking back at 2,000 days, is 33.1% of the time. It's just math. I mean, or, you know, or statistics, that are all. So it's not magic, and if anybody tries to convince you that, you can tell them to piss up a rope for me. And tomorrow we'll do the same thing over again. The pre-market starts at 8 o'clock in the morning. I go through the setup, the different charts, how I determine and assign these percentage values, these statistics. And then we get ready for the open, and away we go. Oh, I don't know. I didn't notice that. Probably. Thanks. Thanks, Ellie. Yeah, that's the problem. On the TopStep X thing, I think I noticed you can do like sharing or screen snapping or something mode, where it just puts a bunch of X's on all but the last four numbers or something, you know, something like that, like they do with credit cards or passwords. But Yeah, I didn't look at that. I'll go back and look at that slide. I can't really go back and edit. I don't edit these streams at all. I stream them and they get pushed to up to YouTube and out they go at the end of the day, obviously. But I'll have to go back and look at that and see if in fact that does have something to do with it up there. That'd be pretty stupid of them if they did that. I guess their response would be pretty stupid of me if I showed somebody that. Yeah. And I really don't know. I don't know if with the proper, how secure the password and all of those things are to do with that account. I don't know. That's for sure. But thanks. I appreciate that. You see how it works though, and you see how I approach it. So you were able to see the consistency thingy there and all that stuff. Now the way I do this, in case anybody's curious, if you can't do it the way I do it now. You cannot do that anymore with TopStep. They are enforcing a new rule that any new combines, you have to use TopStep X. Wow, look at there. I didn't notice this, that 847 up here on the top of that big buy order cover, I guess it would be. I didn't notice that. So anyway, this is one of the more legacy, obviously, since last November. But this, the Bookmap and IRT are both powered by Rhythmic data. So this is TopStep account with Rhythmic data, which they don't do, and they don't. When I pass the combine and the XFA and go to a live account, I will be able to maintain this setup. I confirmed that with them actually on the phone, because I was going to just knock it in the head and go somewhere else if that was the case. Or at least try to milk the XFAs for as much capital as I could get out of it and go a different way. But the guy said, no, definitely you can. So that's something to take on board. If you do not have, yeah, absolutely, Alec, absolutely. If you don't have a current combine with them based using Rhythmic data, and however you want to assign it, Bookmap and IRT have nothing to do with TopStep. They're called add-ons, and you click OK for that when you do the Rhythmic sign-on. So the only thing TopStep is doing is it's going pushing to Rhythmic, and then Rhythmic takes care of the back and forth part. But if you don't have that already, you can't get that with TopStep. You can do that with lots of others, I'm sure. And I don't know how long it's going to take for that. I don't know if that'll stick forever. There's got to be a lot of people like me that I'm not at all interested in TopStep X because it doesn't do any of the stuff I want it to do. Doesn't even do what I consider to be a reasonable volume profile. And I'm not as good at trading as, some of the other guys over there, like Dakota, for example. And even the other coaches there, Hogue, for example, he doesn't trade TopStep X, absolutely, because he's a market profile guy, and it doesn't do market profile. Not sure what he's doing. And, of course, Jay, that guy there, that other coach guy, the young guy from New York, he uses Quant Tower because of the volume profile and, those kind of profiling things. And I think a lot of the people do there. So I'm not sure how well that's going to go down with everybody, but yeah, good luck. Mike's Mike Patak is obviously a sharper guy than I am. He's made millions of dollars off of TopStep. And he's the first guy that figured it out. You know, he's the first guy that put together a prop firm. TopStep is the very first one. And hats off to him, you know. Grew up a farm kid in Nebraska. Just across the border from me. I grew up on a ranch in Montana. And there you go. We're quite a long ways apart, but I'm not saying we were neighbors, but you know. Okay. Let me see if I can figure that out now. Now you got me curious, Alec. I'm curious to see what I see here. Huh. What I see, well, maybe I'm wrong. Hold on. Oh, I see the number you're talking about. That subscription ID, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I don't know. Let's hope not. That's no number that I recommend or recognize. So, yeah. Nothing I can do about it now. It's on the stream, so there you go. I guess I could make the stream private and then it wouldn't be available to anybody to see, but I'm not sure that that's a big deal. Don't know. It would be nice if they had a facility to do that, but the reason I launched on that conversation about having a combine a TopStep account with Rhythmic is for two reasons. One, that's a big deal for me and maybe others. And two, they're not going to do any developing on that other dashboard or with anything to do with this other type of account stuff. So, you know, that's going to go away, or it's all legacy now. Now, TopStep X, I guess you all know what TopStep X looks like. What TopStep X does is like this, you see? You can make this private so that if you did a screen snap, all that you see is this part up here, which I'm not sure how reassuring that would be to someone that this was the same account I used every time, but you know what I mean. Here's an idea. In order to do market profile, you've got our volume profile. You need to draw one like that. It doesn't update automatically. Each bar, you've got to keep pulling it across. The IB high and low are just lines that I put in there manually. I haven't obviously looked at this whatever day that is. The last time I opened it, but that's how it works. And it is powered by TradingView, but you can't use their charts or indicators or any of that stuff, or at least you couldn't at the last time I had anything to do with it. So there you go. There you go. And here we go. And I would love to find a great application that does what I want it to do, lightweight, cheap, you know, to replace what I've got here. Who wouldn't? But I keep an eye out kind of, but I have not bumped into anything yet. And I'm also a kind of if it ain't broke, don't fix it guy. So, You know, I've been using this stuff for a long time. Not Bookmap so much, maybe just the last couple of years. But I've had IRT, and some of the first chart defs around here that I've got are back in 2013 or something. I started using IRT when I was learning how to do market profile. Long time ago. So, to be honest with you, one of the best lightweight browser-based programs that I used to trade with, and who used to be supported by TopStep and whatever else, was Tradeovate, back in the day that it was being developed. Nice market profile, fast execution, bracket orders, all that stuff. I think it had bracket orders. I'm not sure about that one. Don't hold me to it. And then they got bought by NinjaTrader, so I figured that was the end of that for me. And to give you some idea about the size of this industry, NinjaTrader paid $200 million to whatever his name was in the company for Tradeovate. And they're not stupid. They've made money for a long time, so they didn't, just go out, and they weren't just pissing in the wind. They knew they were going to make more money on that. Another pretty phenomenal, completely useless tidbit of information as we approach the bot. There's nothing going on here. That's why I'm just kind of babbling on as far as power hour goes. If you're in a trade or something, good for you. If you're in this short up here, that's great. Manage it. The way I would manage a long term, if you've got your target down below you here and you're managing this thing down and a stop up above, start trailing your stop up to the swing highs so it can't come back in your face and you don't give a bunch of it back, for example, here, and then maybe here. And I guess you could go here. That's kind of how I trade manage when I'm not vetting a setup. Because when you're vetting a setup, you can't change any part of it. You can't change the targets, nor can you change the stop. If you do, then that particular trade cannot be included in the data set you're using to vet the trade, because they are different parameters. How could if I have T1 at 3 points, like I always do, and then I have T2 at 48 ticks and 36 ticks and 60 ticks and something, how could I pull a statistic that was meaningful that said out of 1,200 trades, I reached T1 75% of the time, and I reached T2 25% of the time, or whatever, because they're all over the board. How could you possibly do that? You can't. After you're through vetting the trade, then you can start applying different ideas. Like if you were, let's pretend that some setup or another I had, and you're short, and you take T1 right here. Now, your T2 would be down here. So remember, we don't see this part. You might say, okay, I believe we're going to, which is what I did say, we're going to get to value area low. And I put my T2 target down just ahead of value area low. Well, you don't want to get down through all of this trading and then have it blow back in your face for, somebody comes on with random risk, or Agent Orange comes on. I like that one from Richard. So you start managing the trade, which one of the ways to do that is to just scale up, trail up your stop behind the swing highs on the way down, as an example. But you can't do that now. So very definitely not. Anyway, the reason I'm talking like this is just meandering on, because there's not really anything trade-wise that I'm seeing or that I'm excited about. Looks to me, unless we have some anomalous closing hour here or closing 30 minutes, it looks to me like we're going to have a pretty well balanced distribution with excess on both sides. So it's pretty well Gaussian distribution, looks like. In other words, the market's taking a deep breath. What I was going to say about the one thing I didn't realize, the scope of this industry and how much these guys are making. I understand why all these people are coming into the prop space. There was a lawsuit involving Apex, and I don't ask me how I ended up bumping into this paperwork. I don't remember what I was reading, some article, and it linked to somewhere else, and I went there. And what the point of the article was about some practice that they had been doing or whatever. And as a part of the lawsuit, their profit records for 3 months were subpoenaed and entered as evidence. So they were, records, public record. And the months were August, September, and October of, I don't know, a couple of years back, not recently, a couple of years back. Something to do with, I don't know what it was. It doesn't even matter. The point of the story is they were averaging over $9 million a month in profit, not revenue, profit, selling combines. Think about that. You start yourself up a prop shop and you don't have to stick with it too long until you can just retire and forget about it. Pretty incredible. And then when you stop and think about some of them, whose name shall remain nameless, that ain't enough money, so they've got to try to screw traders out of payments and things like that. It's pretty phenomenal to me, pretty greedy to me. And I will also say that I very definitely didn't see those papers myself. I didn't go to the courthouse in Austin, Texas, and, request to see the actual documents and the stamps and all that stuff. There were screen snaps and whatever, so there you are. Maybe that's complete crap, but I don't know. I don't think so. Michael Patak, TopStep. First of all, he bought and owns a beautiful home and lives in Aspen, which is one of the more expensive spots around. And he made an offhanded comment the other day about how they are investing in the space and want to invest in the traders and all that kind of stuff. And he said he comes on usually Tuesday mornings and fast markets or whatever they call basically the open, the first hour or so. I think they call it fast markets. I don't know, on TopStep TV. He said, well, just like TopStep TV, he said, that costs us about $2 million a year and we don't make a penny. So, yeah, it's a phenomenal business, much more so than I think we as individual little small fish realize. Certainly more than I did. And in a minute, we're going to round the curve and head for the roses, the run for the roses. The run for the roses. Yeah, I really appreciate the heads up, Alex. I hadn't noticed that at all. I was busy looking at the numbers and the graphs and hoping that it would be helpful to someone here. I'll have to figure that out, though, because if I were in anybody else's shoes, one of the first things that I say is that, he never trades live. He doesn't show accounts, whatever else. I mean, that's one of the things I look for. Absolutely. Yeah, it's absolutely a big deal. It's absolutely a big deal. That's for sure. And that's why there's so many of them in the space now. I've lost count. I have no idea how many prop shops there must be, and they keep popping up. But when you see the money involved, I guess it's, pretty serious. anyway, what I was saying is, yeah, I've got to figure out a way to show that information, that account information, without, jeopardizing the accounts. It's one thing, an audited financial statement or an audited account or whatever else is one thing because it doesn't have any specific sensitive information that could be used as, in a felonious or fraudulent way. But when it's all internet stuff, that's another story. Anyway, I'm keeping at it here. I'll tell you, last week was pretty disappointing. I missed 3 great opportunities to have had that one trade, and I would be sitting here in an XFAs right now. And that's a happy place to be. I've been funded with TopStep once before. Just in all, honesty, truth, and I've had personal accounts. But I lived in Malaysia for 11 years, and we moved back from there. My wife and daughter are Vietnamese. We met there. We moved back from there to here in August of 21. And I'd lived out of the country for most of my adult life in Malaysia for Kuala Lumpur for 11 years. And I had just gotten funded before we left. And it's completely my fault. I didn't pay any attention to the contract or anything that you sign, and of course, that was COVID was still rocking and rolling, right? We got out of there just barely. We had to go to the hospital for COVID tests at 5:30 in the morning the day we were traveling and have verified, notarized essentially, or documented results from the hospital to present to the airline before we could fly out and fly to here. It was pretty crazy. But part and parcel to that was all of our junk was busy floating around the ocean for a long time. And I had not paid any attention to the fine print. And basically, I didn't trade the account frequently enough, and they just closed it out. Perfectly within their legal rights to do so. And I would imagine that under the circumstances, had I had any brains and known about that, and I could have contacted somebody and said, hey, my computers and trading gear are still in the container, what, I'm sure they would have worked with me, but I didn't know that, and I just got an email that said your account's been closed for lack of activity. And I got mad, and that was that. But anyway, so there's a side note for you. Read the frickin' fine print. And you'd think at my age and have done the jobs and works I've done in my life, including write contracts, that I'd know that already. Well, we've crossed the Great Divide, rounded the corner for the run to the roses. We haven't had anything to speak of in market on close orders for the last few days, and I would suppose this day may be similar. I don't know whether I mentioned it or not, but Trump has extended the China tariffs by another 90 days. And now we're going to sell all of the chips and stuff to export them to China, whoever, but the government is going to charge NVIDIA and ARM and those guys and AMD 15%. So I guess if they pay tax and pay the government a tax, then all the worry about AI and military advantage and all that really is important. Jesus, what a crazy world, huh? Phew. I see up in the chat there earlier today, Richard said something about, watch out, Agent Orange is talking. I thought that was so funny because I'm old enough to, know about the Vietnam War and all. It was definitely alive and well in that era of time. Agent Orange, that's pretty funny. I thought that was pretty great. I hadn't thought of it, but it is funny that everybody makes fun of that makeup that he uses. You would think he'd stop because he's so vain about everything else that I don't get it. But hey, there you go. He's running the show and, you know, acting like a little third world king and making money hand over fist. So there you go. And what am I doing? Can't argue with success, eh? Okay, so let's see if we get a market on close orders, as a reminder, are at 1450. And years gone by, they used to have some impact, you know, in months gone by, actually. If you're just, you know, hanging out in the stream, slap a thumbs up. That'd be a big help. And if you're curious about being notified, obviously punch that in the subscription thing. But stream starts every morning at 8 o'clock. Take a little run through the roses here. These are the minis. This is the ES, the NQ, and the ES micro composite chart, which is my version of my high volume or high time frame chart. And this is the E-mini market profile. I also track and plot the exact same setup for the micros. See in the background here, so that I make sure what window I'm on and it's not confusing to anybody. So far we've been really low on volume, and I guess we're going to probably end that way. That's snuck up a little bit. It was down in this low 70s when we started. Now we're up to 85% volume for this time of day. And the minis again. These are Renko charts, by the way. And these are the micro composite is very simple. You can do them yourself. It's a daily RTH session chart, and these are simply daily candlesticks. And wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them and continue to do so until price doesn't overlap anymore, like here. So this one quit, and I started drawing this one after we had that big gap down on Friday from non-farm payroll. Gives you an idea, if depending on your whatever you're using to chart this with, you can have a volume point of control based on the volume profile that you have. So that gives you a micro composite volume point of control. And in my case, I have high and low volume nodes here, which are red and green lines. They push automatically to bookmap. I also push automatically to bookmap and share with anybody that can use them the session prices. So if you're interested in having these session prices, if you have bookmap, or if you have, if you're interested in using them with another platform or Excel sheet or something like that, these I push them free, and they're, you know, more than available. Just let me know in the chat, and we'll make a plan for how to get you the link. Obviously these prices and level, and these are the high and low volume nodes, by the way. But the prices on my stuff here that you see in the stream are internal, you know, because it's all one machine. But the prices that I share are exported from this machine to a Google Drive. And then you get a link, which you paste in your Cloud Note column that is basically a CSV. And there you go. That's how it works. Happy to share them. I do with a couple of different, with TLab and with Static and other people. So here we go, boys and girls. 10 minutes till the close, or not till the close, till the market on close orders. Top of the hour is the cash close. Curb trade goes to 315 on the futures, but I don't pay much attention to it. And today I'm going to be stepping and fetching out of here to take our daughter over and help get her signed up and into school, college for the year, starting in this fall. She graduated with flying colors. That was one of the reasons we came back when we did. First, it took years to get the visas. And then at that time, I was of the impression that we might get a better education and stuff over here. So we got back here in August, and she went right into her high school and did all 4 years here and graduated this spring. Very well, super grades and all that stuff. Real proud of her. And I'm like Mr. Mom. The two girls don't drive, and so I'm like the soccer mom. I'm the soccer mom trading dad. And that's fine with me. Okay, what do we got for our? I think we pooped out the playlist here, and let's see what else we got going on. Here we go. Okay, 41.